Ew. That tactical airsoft is awesome. $200. Is everybody muted, or is it just me?
I was muted. I'm a little laid back tonight.
You guys check out that pepper pistol? It's awesome.
What is it?
The little pepper here. Here's a link. Pepper. It's like an airsoft gun that shoots little pepper balls.
That's to kill bugs?
No, it's a non-lethal self-defense option.
Oh. Well, because they have that bug killer thing at Cabela's, I saw it.
That shoots salt. I mean, like pepper spray balls, like mace balls.
Yeah, right. That other thing shoots salt, though. It kills bugs, right? Or something?
Yeah, those are sweet. They ignite. So, Quark, how's it going with the Legos?
Oh, I built the ones I wanted to build, well, that I could afford, so. I want the AT-AT, but it'll probably be a long while.
I spent a decent amount of time today fucking around with my Molly vest, trying to get my pouches right. I bought a cheap pouch on eBay, and of course, because it was a cheap piece of shit pouch, it came all messed up. The Molly straps are attached upside down, so the snaps are up at the top.
That's stupid.
Fucked around with it for a little while, and then just shake-handed it today. Gonna go buy some high-quality Condor gear.
Yep. So that's to get what you pay for.
Pretty much. So I had this buddy that's been like selling off slowly all his surplus stuff from a store and a booth, and I just bought a bunch of Molly shit from him at one time once because he had it. It was all super cheap. There was a reason it was super cheap.
And did Dano just join us making all this noise? Yep.
It's like amateur week for all of us. Echoes and scurrying around.
And Yankee with a new cat.
Yeah.
Didn't realize I joined the perfectionist chat.
Well, if you're in it, it's absolutely that.
So you saw my shooting, huh?
Yeah.
Shooting?
Oh, that's a good one. What's going on tonight? And any riots? No? They taking a night off?
And that's a good question. We didn't check the riots tonight.
I haven't turned on CNN or anything to see. See if there's anything special going on here. Commercial.
Yeah, those little fuckers are still at it. I mean, there's nothing better to do.
Well, you can stay home and just get messed up on your couch watching TV.
I mean, they've already made an ass of themselves at this point. It's, you think they would pack it in and try to save a little face, but
I was watching a bunch of footage today. I can't imagine how stressful it is for those cops being there, walking around with hundreds of people waving square black objects, like trying to film them and take pictures of them and shit.
Yeah, right.
How insane that must be to try to find a gun in that scenario, or to
It's almost like a training day thing. It's like, okay, we're gonna have a riot every night this week. Let's try everybody's method and see which ones don't work and which ones maybe will.
well, the good thing is it is going to weed out some of the asshole cops that don't need to be on the force, just like it seems like it's already done
Yeah.
one or two.
Yeah, there was one that I saw today where this cop's walking around pointing his AR at people.
Yeah,
and
so he's gonna fucking
filming
kill
them, and he like gets up with their face, "I'll fucking kill you!" Like starts screaming at him,
Yeah.
pointing his AR at him.
Yeah.
Just
So,
relieved him of duty, I think, already.
oh yeah.
But, he looked like a cornered, a cornered, terrified dude. But
Yeah, right.
Well, and see, that's exactly what I mean. That will weed out
exactly, it
the
brings out the
people
worst.
that you don't want. I mean, it takes a certain person to do that job and to stay calm and collected in that environment. It's an extremely stressful environment, and then add on the fact that you're under a microscope. Not saying that that's a bad thing. I think that there should be. I think that just because they're being filmed, they shouldn't alter what would be their normal behavior. But in this climate, they're under exceptional scrutiny, cameras all over the place, and so it's definitely different.
It's a lot harder to stay calm. It's very easy to get angry and act out. And I put that on both the protester side and the police side.
Oh, sure.
Very hard to stay calm.
But it's looking more and more like this. That this cop is telling the truth. I mean, the more evidence that comes out, the more it's playing to his favor.
Was there something that came out today, or?
No, just the forensics and the coroner report
From yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it's just right off the bat. I mean, initially when they said that he had his hands up and he was shot in the back, that's what all the witnesses saw. Well, the autopsy disproved that. So right there, you've discredited all these fucking supposed witnesses that saw this.
Well, and there are other witnesses with completely differing accounts.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So,
The public cherry-picked the witnesses they wanted to believe.
Where's Yankee? Should he be in on this?
And the witnesses they wanted to believe were the ones that said, "Oh yeah, he shot him in the back."
He's taking care of his new pussy.
Well, now, didn't they also show that the officer suffered a broken eye socket?
I had not heard that.
Yeah, it was an orbital blowout. I mean, a fracture of the orbital bone.
Is that confirmed?
I don't know if that's because the guy was walking around after the fact and he did not look. If you break your eye socket, you're in so much fucking pain.
It looked like they had that marked on Brown's when they were showing where the shots were on him. It looked like his right eye they had as damaged, but I don't know if that's looked weird.
Maybe
Yeah,
the civilian, not the officer.
Yeah, right. The civilian.
well, yeah, I read it in an earlier report this morning. And like any news agency, when they first get reports, they sometimes screw things up. Yeah, I read it from one of the major news sites early this morning. I haven't looked back into it though.
Yeah, because that was one of the big things that they were saying was after the fact, the cop was just kind of, and this is actually confirmed cell phone footage or video footage of the officer that shot him was just kind of pacing back and forth over the body and talking with one other officer that had responded. And
Well, what do you expect the guy to do?
well, that's, I don't know. That's the thing. I mean, you don't know how you're going to react. I mean, obviously you have to contain the crime scene. It's not like you can just fucking walk off and leave it. So, I mean, what do they expect him to do?
It's not like you can exactly break out a bottle of whiskey and just kind of try and forget about it for a little bit.
I mean, even if the officer wanted to leave the scene, he can't.
Exactly. Until he's relieved.
Right.
But the reason I say that is because when he was walking, he was not, he didn't look to be hurt, wasn't holding his eye, wasn't, like I said, you get your eye socket busted, you're in some.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think he would have had the demeanor and mannerisms of someone that had their eye socket busted.
Adrenaline's a hell of a drug. I've seen people function at a very high level with some pretty heavy injuries, a lot more than just a fractured eye socket.
Yeah, but it doesn't last forever. It's very short term. I mean, you're absolutely right as far as the pain numbing effect.
But yeah, I mean, it should be easy enough to find out if they've changed that story or not.
Anybody have a Cold Steel Spike? I'm sure Cork does.
I've had a couple of those. Is it one of the new ones with the plastic handle, or is it wrapped?
No, this is the looks like a G10 handle.
Sweet.
Yeah, glass-filled nylon, actually.
Zytel.
Yeah, pretty sweet knife though.
Yeah, I've got the Tokyo Spike.
Well, they got the video of that guy that charged the police with a knife.
Oh, they do? Where's that shit at?
I just saw it. They showed it on CNN just before he gets shot. I mean, it's right there. You're seeing the whole video.
Post the link.
I mean, I'm watching it on CNN, TV.
Oh, you're watching CNN. Okay.
Yeah, it's on CNN right now.
Yep. New York Post, Breitbart, Newsmax, New America. Yeah, multiple sources all saying the officer has a broken eye socket after the incident.
Wow. I can't find my fucking remote control. God damn it.
The clicker. Where's the clicker?
Clicker? What the fuck is a clicker?
That's what I call it. The clicker. 'Cause that's what it was when I
Yeah,
grew up.
that's a slang term for a remote control.
The clicker.
Yep.
You're from Georgia. How do you not know what a clicker is?
Yeah,
We
exactly.
don't call them clickers, we call them remotes.
Clickers. The only thing we
My
call.
grandma calls it a clicker.
Exactly.
What did your grandmother call it?
That's an old fogey slang.
It's a southern term.
Grew up
You
in
should
the
know that.
70s and 80s. You know what a clicker is.
I mean, I'm up north and I know what a clicker is.
But before that, I was the clicker. Go change the channel.
Yeah, right. My
Yeah.
father used to get the really long pieces of cable so he could bring the box over next to where he sat, as opposed to leaving it on top of the TV.
Well, now I'm getting pissed though because I still can't find
Well, it's not on now. They're just talking about it, but it's pretty blatant.
the fuck.
I'm sure you find it faster on YouTube than on. Man, just look for Missouri cops shoot man with knife or
Is,
something.
Suspect told the police, "Shoot me now, kill me now," while continuing to walk towards them, brandishing the knife.
Yeah.
So the officer asked them to drop his weapon, but he continued to advance. Once he was within 3 to 4 feet of the police, Both officers shot and killed the suspect, Chief Dotson said.
Yeah, it looks like it was pretty much right on.
Yeah, I mean, hell, he got what he wanted.
Yep. I mean, he's not the first nor the last to do the death by cop thing, or suicide by cop, whatever.
Very true.
Motherfucker. How the fuck?
Sucks when you can't find a clicker.
Oh, I know, dude. I'm just like fucking driving me bad here.
I got backup clickers though, just in case. The ones I don't like, but I keep in the drawer. But you can use them if you can't find the other one. They're still alive out there tonight in Ferguson. There doesn't look like anything's going on.
I'm trying to find something online in reference to the officer having an injury.
Well, Sean just said it.
Well, I know he said it, but I can't. I'm trying to remember what he said. Was it New York Times or?
I'm surprised we're just hearing about that. No.
Yeah.
Sorry, I stepped away for a second. Yeah, just do a Google News search. Just go to news.google.com and look up orbital fracture. And it will show you all the articles today that say orbital fracture.
Oh, okay.
Which are all about that cop.
Is news orbital fracture?
Yeah, go to news.google.com and from there search the term orbital fracture.
We're at the news, and then we go orbital fracture.
And then once you find the first article, you can drop down to see more about this story or view real-time coverage or whatever it says.
Yeah, Jacob, I just checked the messages. I'll get to that at some point when I'm vertical.
So
I'm going to go ahead and throw the link in the outside chat.
And I think it's pretty sad that this has been, I am not the person who ever defends a law enforcement officer that uses too much force, but dude got his eye broken. Yeah, there's more going on here than what those eyewitnesses would have you believe, because none of them said anything about that guy punching this officer in the eye.
Right.
Well, that's why I'm saying I can't believe we're just now hearing about this. It seems like that would have been one of the first things released, is that to show that he actually made contact with the officer.
It doesn't sound nearly as racist if the cop was beaten nearly unconscious before he returned fire, though.
Well, that's true. It doesn't fit the narrative of the...
It takes time to fake an X-ray.
Oh, God.
Well, that's a fucked up thing to say, Corey.
Well,
what do you think
we laugh at it because it actually sounds kind of plausible. That's the funny part.
What do you think those that believe that this kid was 100% innocent are going to say? The cops faked the... Yes. That's what I'm getting at.
That is true.
Because you're right, guy. It would have been something that should have come right out.
Yeah, look, obviously this kid was no choir boy. Well, kid, he's a grown man, 6'4", but this guy was obviously no choir boy. But it does not justify the actions that some police have been taking in the face of the peaceful protesters. Now, what they do to looters and people that are rioting, that's another story altogether.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's why I said it's a catch-22. You're rocking a hard place with, excuse me, with law enforcement. It's like when you have that, when you have the dynamic that you do right now in that situation where there is a mix of peaceful with, with people that are out there just to cause chaos and havoc.
Look, I mean, I've been the guy in uniform with a big gun when volatile situations came up, and and sometimes it's peaceful people that you leave alone, and other times you have people that have to be dealt with. And the thing is, it all goes back to your training. And the problem with a lot of these departments is they're equipping their people for full siege mode and giving them no proper training in dealing with the peaceful protester as opposed to the rioter. They're training them how to deal with rioters. They're not training them to deal with people just expressing their First Amendment rights. And that's a huge problem.
They're showing that that officer on CNN that was pointing the AR at everybody and saying he was going to fucking kill him.
Oh, is that on CNN again? Shit.
Yeah, see if you had your clicker there.
I found my clicker now. What fucking channel is CNN on now? 30. That's Fox.
Well, and then there's just people that there's no excuse for, no matter how
that officer, he said he's suspended indefinitely.
Yeah, I don't think he got any training saying point your gun at the press and tell them you're going to shoot them.
Nah, he's
right. Stupid. That's what he is.
So one report says this kid was 23 now. I thought he was 18. How old was the Michael guy? Brown.
I'm saying 18.
I thought he was 18.
Okay, yeah. Wilson shot an unarmed 18-year-old. Okay, what's this?
By the way, notice how they got the whole he was going to college thing?
What the fuck difference does that make there?
Well, it doesn't, but at the beginning they were trying to paint him as a wholesome
Well,
guy.
you notice all the pictures that they show of him are like pictures when he was 12.
Well, he was going to college. He just never got there.
Going there to sell weed.
He was on the
He was on his way onto campus, but he had to grab him some smokes first.
I just think it's crazy how they keep showing the pictures that they're showing them are like really when he was younger. Yeah, they're not showing him how he looked that day. They're showing him.
If you Google his name and then click on images, you'll get to see all the gang signs he's all into, and I think the Crips or the Bloods or whatever it is.
Well, anybody that's gonna strong arm do a strong arm burglary and act that way is obviously got some issues.
I'll be right back.
I had an interesting argument on Facebook with a very, very old friend of mine, and his argument was basically like, well, one of the things that stood out to me the most, at least, was when he said, Well, I have a criminal record. I'm 58 years old, and it's from way back when or whatever. And when I get talk to the cops, they profile me within 10 seconds. They start treating me a certain way within 10 seconds. So I just hit him back with it and treat him that way all the time. That was essentially his mindset. It went on for a good 2 or 3 hours of arguing with this guy, but there's a pretty crazy mindset out there when it comes to police.
Oh, most definitely.
I find generally the people that have these horrible, horrible views of them are the ones that have had either past issues with them or have something to hide from them.
Yeah, that's generally my evaluation as well. Most people are going to be a little more forthcoming and helpful, unless you have something to hide, or unless you have a grudge to bear for some
Exactly.
misjustice that was that you were a part of at some point.
And I didn't say it. I wanted to say it to the guy, but he's a friend of mine, so I didn't want to go too far into it with him. And he's he's 58 or whatever. He's set in his ways. So, but what I wanted to say was, how about next time you see him, try greeting him with a friendly hello and a smile. See what happens. And you know what? No matter how angry a cop is at you, if you hold that demeanor.
Right, you broke up. Or maybe I did.
No, you're fine. I'll tell you, it's one of the smartest things that a lot of these police departments have been doing is putting cameras on their officers. It
I
will
can't
exonerate
believe
them when they do the right thing, and
Exactly.
it will keep them from doing the wrong thing in many cases.
Now, I know in some cases it's cost prohibitive to different departments, but I can't understand
gonna
why
have to call bullshit.
Incident alone.
No.
I'm gonna have to call bullshit.
There's some departments that just simply can't afford it, but
You're talking literally a $50 camera is all that's necessary.
I'm not sure, but I haven't checked the prices on them. I would the systems that I'm familiar with are a lot more elaborate and expensive.
Oh yeah, there are way more expensive setups, but there are small cameras that will record an entire duty shift with sufficient resolution and audio quality for evidentiary value that you can get for $50 to $100.
I have a question real fast. Stone, do you have, I think it was on one of these chats where somebody was saying, oh, the Ferguson Police Department only has, 23 cruisers or something like that? How many officers could they possibly have?
I think they only have 65 or 56 or something like that officers on that force. Okay. It's a very small department.
Let's say it's 65 officers. You buy $50 cameras for each of them, because honestly, they don't have to be 1080p. They don't have to go slow-mo. They don't have to have good frame rates.
Well, hell, let's buy $200 cameras for each of them.
No. Let's just.
How does that compare to the price of one squad car?
No.
Well, you're $13,000.
Real fast. Let's not even talk about squad cars and all that stuff. Let's talk about, let's say they had $100 cameras, so the math is easy.
Yeah, $6,500.
One camera for each of them is $6,500. How much money have they spent in overtime paying officers to be there? How much expense have they spent in fuel for their cars to run all this extra time? How much have they spent on, tear gas or whatever? How much are they going to have to pay?
Oh, yeah.
Because of this one incident.
Not to mention just general liability and use of force claims.
Insurance company would give them a break because of the cameras.
That's why I can't believe that all departments don't have that mandatory, because that would cut out so much shit. It would snuff so many false claims right off the bat, and it would also have a little more accountability for the officer to when he knows. And it's sad, but I think it's generally I think for all people, I think we would all, no matter what your job or what your situation, if you know you're being filmed or watched, you may act differently. You know what I mean? I think that's just a natural.
I agree 100%.
You know, so I think it's sad that to think that you have to have a video recorder to get an officer to do the right thing, and I'm not saying that that's necessarily the case, but I guarantee you, if an officer did have audio and video recorder, he would think twice about maybe doing something that he could probably get away with if he wasn't under those, you know, parameters.
There was a department that mandated it here a while back, and they said after the first year of this, their excessive use of force claims went down like something like 75%. Their general complaints went down 90%.
Right. Well, no,
yeah.
that's because, and we do, man, you get a lot of false claims from just the general public because they don't like cops, and they will call.
Well, we're not even talking about necessarily false claims. We're talking about just the claims went down, not the actual incidents that were found to be okay. The officer used excessive force or was acting inappropriately. We're talking about just the claims of them acting inappropriately went down that much.
Yeah, that's why I said I can't believe it wouldn't be mandatory for all departments. It would make so much sense.
And don't get me wrong, I'm very pro law enforcement, but law enforcement, like any other agency of the state where you have people that are put in authority, needs accountability.
Oh yeah, definitely.
With their extreme authority, they need extreme accountability. They go hand in hand, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree 100% with that. Just because, like I said, it would be advantageous for all parties involved.
And if you're doing the right thing, why would you care?
Well, I might care if I'm having a bad hair day.
Anybody here from Texas or in Texas?
What about Texas?
I was just wondering if anybody in here is either in Texas or from Texas.
I'm originally from Texas.
I was just curious about the governor getting arrested while he was indicted.
That is the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever seen.
I mean,
obviously, the executive of the state has the authority to veto funding for a district attorney's program, especially when that district attorney is running around breaking the law. You know, every president does it. Every governor does it. And it's part of our checks and balances system where the governor has some power of the purse. The Supreme Court has upheld this power of the purse of the legislature and power of the purse of the governor and the executive branch at both the federal and the state levels. So you know, some power of the purse of the president. And this indictment is going nowhere, I suspect.
I'm wondering if he wasn't interested in any presidential thoughts, if it would have even come up.
Well, how can he be indicted for something that he has the authority to do? I don't understand that.
What they're saying is that he did this as a vindictive as a vindictive measure to go after a political opponent, and it was purely an abuse of his authority. That's the kind of lay summary of their claim.
I mean, he may have, but that's almost besides the point. The only issue is, did he have the legal authority to do it or not?
Well, there are certain things that you have the legal authority to do unless you do it for partisan political purposes.
Yeah. I mean, but if we actually held that law up, we wouldn't have any politicians because they're always trading favors. I'll approve this if you can show me consideration on that. Or I got this bill coming up in the spring. I mean, if it wasn't for horse trading, nothing would ever get done.
Yeah, in this case, we had a local prosecutor who got arrested for DUI and acted like a complete fool, and then the governor said, you're acting unethical. You were drunk driving and on video, trying to throw your weight around, saying, "Do you know who I am? I'm the district attorney. You can't arrest me." That kind of stuff, trying to exceed their authority. And so he said, I'm not going to fund your ethics in government unit because obviously you have no ethics in government. And that's when they indicted him.
Yeah, that sounds like a bunch of, like a big pissing contest up there.
I mean, look, when even the pundits on MSNBC are saying that Rick Perry did nothing wrong, you know that there's something going on here.
It says U.S. attempted rescue inside Syria. What's going on with that? They just talking about rescuing the native people that they've been pulling out?
No, that was, if I remember correctly, that was the reporter that was beheaded. They tried to do a rescue and failed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what they're... Okay, CNN is just doing a thing on it. It's remembering the... Okay, they're talking to his parents or something.
Yeah, by and large, the mainstream media has not been covering all these beheadings that have been going on until it happens to one of their own.
Well, I brought that up in the other chat, and Yankee, I guess, had a good point where he said that the reason they're not talking about it is because they don't want to give them the satisfaction or the attention.
Oh, bullshit.
But, to me, it's
the U.S. media, what, back in the 40s, the 50s, and even starting into the 60s, that would have been a valid argument because there was a lot of that going on with media. Now, everybody's trying to beat everybody to the scoop. They're bullshit.
Well, to me, it's ridiculous that, a terrorist act from a journalist is not getting as much media attention as some punk kid that punched a cop and got shot. You know what I mean? That's been on the news now for a week straight, and this poor guy that was, absolutely innocent, was a reporter, a journalist, gets beheaded, and no one's really talking about it. But I wonder how much of this is going to yeah, I just wonder how this is playing, you know, when we traded hostages for that bird dog.
I want to tell Sean one little thing. If you do a little research on media covering things like beheadings, etc., you'll find out that the state dissuades such things. There are like a lot of guidelines that they have to follow before they can do too much covering of it. And two, you'll also find that even nowadays, when they do such thing, they lose ratings. People don't want to see it. And then you also have the thing that...
Well, they certainly don't want to see it, but they certainly report on it.
They did. I've seen it on MSNBC all day long. So they report on it, but they can't go too much into depth. They can't give you any details without pissing off State Department. No one wants to see details on it. They'll lose viewership if they do go into details on it. But they've been covering it all day on MSNBC. Every time they do their 4-topic cycle, it's like the third topic.
Well, yeah, they're covering the reporter getting beheaded. They're not covering the Christians over there that are being beheaded.
What are you talking about? They talked about that all fucking week.
Well, yeah, this week. What about last week?
Last week they talked about it all fucking week. That's what I saw. That's what the big story was until Ferguson happened, and then it became the number 2 story.
But before you're saying that they were covering this.
How many times over the last 3 weeks did you see a fucking helicopter throwing shit to people on a hilltop? What do you think that was about?
Well, yeah, they were covering that, but they weren't talking about all the,
yes, they were.
The atrocities as much.
They were talking about these people are being beheaded. They're burying men and children alive, and everything else. Every time they showed those drops.
And I guess this is something that hits for me because it was the same thing before we went into Bosnia. The American public had no clue what was going on over there, and we're sitting there in the military knowing what was going on before we ever got sent, and we're sitting here going, God, you're sending us in 2 years too late. And the American public was just blissfully unaware of the genocide going on. Same thing going on down in Rwanda.
Well, genocide only matters if your country has oil. Bosnia,
I don't know if I'd quite go that far.
I would. I was over there.
Bosnia doesn't have any oil, and we did at least eventually go.
I didn't realize that
they have shitty cars, and that's about it.
Exactly.
I mean, if you look at where we go historically, 9 times out of 10, it's a country with resources.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we need to start, getting involved with all these other issues. I mean, right now, I was talking to my father the other day at a barbecue. I was like, you got Egypt, it's in a mess. You have Greece that, is economical, issues that they have over there. Spain as well, from what I understand. You have Iraq, being overthrown. You have Iran in turmoil. You have all that stuff going on in Israel, and it's just, and then how can you even pick those battles? You shouldn't be meddling.
Well, isolationism doesn't work. That's already been proven historically time and time again that isolationism doesn't work, because all you do when you isolate yourself from your enemies is you just give your enemies all the time in the world to gather whatever resources they need to attack you. And when you're dealing with things like ISIL, and you just sit back and say, we're not going to get involved. Well, these aren't people that want to settle a conflict in their own country. These are people that at all costs want to kill Americans and destroy America. So if you sit back and let them get resources from Pakistan, or you let them take over India, or you let them take over any place like that has resources that they can bring over here and kill us, they will do so in a second. Without
we aren't Pakistan.
Yeah, isolationism and appeasement is how we got into 2 world wars.
If we just sit there and let them go get whatever they fucking want from whoever they want it from and say it's not our fight, it will eventually be our fight on our front door.
I agree with you. I mean, that makes sense, but I just don't know where do you start and where do you stop, and how do you approach this kind of situation with all these multitude of...
Well, here's a little hint. If an organization says death to America, we want to kill all Americans, then that's our fight. If they're like, I don't like the leadership of my country and we want to overthrow our government, that's one thing. But if they say death to America, we want to kill all Americans, then that's our fight.
You're talking about a regime or the country at a whole.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's regime or elected government, whatever. If all their goals are internal strife and internal struggle, that's one thing. If one side, their goal in life is to destroy us, that's a different thing.
You're not going to say me, see, we should have jumped into Egypt when Mubarak was overthrown. No, they weren't screaming death to America. Well, somewhere, but that just happens everywhere. We're the boogeyman. But it wasn't the impetus for what was going on there. When you have people that are just deaf to the infidel, deaf to the crusader, deaf to America and Israel, and that's their target, then hell yeah, we need to jump in. And the earlier, the better.
Do you agree with cutting aid off to these countries that are, fostering that attitude?
We're not giving aid directly to the country because the country itself is fostering that attitude. It's that there are large amounts of the population in that country that have that attitude, and we're trying to help them out because there's a bunch of people living in a standard of, they have a standard of living that's so far below the poverty line that you just can't help but try and do something to help them out. If most of the people living that far below the poverty line end up being the ones who are saying death to America, then yeah, at some level we are directly contributing to them still being able to say death to America, but we're not helping them because they say that. We're just helping out people who need help. It just happens to be that they hate us at the same time.
Well, I mean, let's look at two largely Muslim countries that that we provide aid to, that hate each other's guts: Pakistan and India. In Pakistan, you have a large segment of the populace that is death to America. In India, not so much.
And we provide aid to both of them, correct?
Pakistan is seen for our efforts in Afghanistan to be more strategically important, and therefore gets more than their more than their share.
Plus, you also have to remember, other than if a lot of times we'll do the enemy of our enemies our friend thing, but more often than not, if there's two factions inside of a country like Pakistan, one is death to America, and one is, hey, we just want to have a country. We fund the ones that are in power that just want to have a country to stop the ones that are death from America from taking over.
Yep.
I'm fine with that.
I mean, do you think the U.S. should get back into Iraq and
now? But that's what happened in Iran. We tried to prop up the government that was more friendly to the West, and it blew up in our faces.
Well, one thing we got into a lot of trouble with, and Reagan was real bad about this, is Reagan did the whole "the friend of our enemy is our friend," when really the friend of our enemy was even a worse enemy of ours, and he went around giving money and weapons and power to everybody that wanted to kick the Russians out of their country, and then those same people turned around and started killing us with the weapons we gave them.
The Iran weapons contra scandal with a big deal. I mean, we're pulling everybody out of Iraq. From what I understand, they're slowly, pulling the majority of people out, and not pulling everybody.
We put 1,000 people back in the last 2 months.
That's what I'm saying. Is that the way it looks like it is, you're taking on not just one enemy, you're taking on a fold of them, because they're just breaking off into all these little small pieces. We ain't talked about Cuba yet.
Cuba ain't nothing like in these situations. Cuba is not a country screaming for our blood. Cuba is just a country under the thumb of a dictatorship.
lot of hot chicks in Cuba. We need to work it out.
Yeah, I mean, generally the people of Cuba look at America like, you know, we wish we could kiss and make up, and their government says, "Oh yeah, we're protecting against the coming American invasion of our revolution." You know, they sound like North Korea.
Yeah.
And my uncle lives in Spain, and he was telling me after their 9/11, with that was it the train, the subway, where they had all those attacks, that they shifted governments real quick because of popular politics, and it just turned everything into turmoil as far as their economy. They're not like completely out, but it's hurt the system of a lot of people that are used to making money, and by that change of government.
And the thing that killed us in Cuba was the whole Bay of Pigs thing. It's like, okay, we went in half-ass, got our butts kicked for it because we went in half-ass, and then pulled back and didn't actually commit to it. And that just gave them the excuse to say, well, look, they've invaded us before. They're aggressors against us.
Well, when you got a president watching, everything, and collectively, and he saw the CIA was dicking him around and saying, well, on top of all this, we're going to do all these black ops, and we're not going to have any accountability for it. He put the screws to him, and he took accountability for it, Kennedy. But I mean, something had to be done, and it was a disaster. I agree, but
if something has to be done, go in and do it. Don't half-ass it with a couple of black ops and a couple of guys who want to go take back their homeland. You roll in. Hey, it's an island. You roll in the Marine Corps.
When you're chief of staff and they're blowing, smoke up your ass, telling you, no, it's okay, we got this. You don't need to worry your pretty head about this shit. We do this, and then he caught wind of it and saw where it's going. At least in my understanding of it, that's what happened. And I agree with you. Yeah, it didn't work out for anybody in the long end. But talking about Rick Perry also, got pulled over once when he was the lieutenant governor. I posted a video about that, and he basically got embarrassed by what came up when he ran for president last time about, people saying let Rick Perry go down the road because he was trying to intimidate that Texas Highway Patrol trooper. And
all douches. All those politicians are douchebags. All those. Both sides, right, left, every single one of them would do the same shit. They don't think the laws apply to them. They think they should get special treatment.
He's not that popular here in Texas, in my opinion. I mean,
dumb as a fucking rock. I don't care if he did put on vanity glasses. He's still as dumb as a fucking rock.
He's concerned. He's concerned. He actually was a Democrat in college, and then changed his political party to
where the money was. But still, he went where more money was. That's the problem. If there's money on both sides, you just got to decide who you want to take your bribes from. But
a lot of people aren't proud of him because he kind of represents that old, that Southern Texas thing that people still ride horses and got that old attitude, we're the old West kind of thing, and that some people.
Not just that, it's that he's a moron. I mean, the guy sends National Guard troops to the border. And they get there and they're like, okay, what are we supposed to do? We're not trained for any of this. There's no job for us here, etc. So you're wasting millions and millions of dollars on sending us here to do nothing. The local sheriffs are like, why'd you send these guys to get in our fucking way? Now we have to work around them. We have to take care of them. Now we're getting less money when we needed more money to deal with the problem because you decided to spend it all on sending these down here so you could get a photo op and get yourself in the national news so you could run for president. I mean, every single sheriff down on the county lines are like, he's a moron and he's just doing this for public, viewership. So he's an idiot there. I don't care if he did get vanity glasses. He's still a moron. If you watch any of the videos from the last time he ran for president, it was like a mildly handicapped 9-year-old was trying to run for president.
He sounded like he was drunk a couple times too when he was on some of the debates.
And then he goes, and he could have just, here's a person that's investigating him. He's under investigation by the Ethics and Politics Division, and one of the people in charge of that division gets in trouble. He could have been a smart guy and says, aha, I can't touch her really without her doing anything because I'm under investigation, so that's going to be clearly look like I'm protecting myself. But now because she's done this, I could probably get away with vetoing funding to her department. But instead of just doing that, he has to go make it a crime by extorting her and saying, resign or I'm going to cut your funding, which is illegal. He can't do that. He can cut the funding, but he can't extort someone ahead of time before he cuts their funding. And he's just an idiot. He does everything in the dumbest fucking way you could possibly do it, just for publicity.
Yeah, I understand. You can't specifically name the office that, not because of this person holding that office.
We see prosecutors do it all the time and say, oh, if you resign, we won't prosecute.
That's different. That's a prosecutor. That's not the prosecuted.
The executive of the state can certainly say, I don't like the way you're handling business down there, and you've got an ethics unit, and you're acting unethically, so I'm not going to fund it.
No, she's elected. She's elected.
No, he cannot. She's an elected official, and he does not have that authority. He can cut funding to her office. He cannot extort her into retirement. That is illegal. That's a reason he's indicted. He didn't get indicted because he didn't do anything. He got indicted because he did something illegal.
Yeah, I mean, the indictment itself speaks volumes because here, I mean, even though the metropolitan cities are mainly Democrat, all the spaces in between are Republican. That's why every time an election happens, Texas always goes Republican, and he gets all the support. That's why he wins every time. Any challenger, I think the best challenger that came against him last time was Tony Sanchez of Laredo, who's a Democrat. He really isn't, but. He defeated him easily. It took a little more effort, but because it's just the way it is around here. Well, and for him to get indicted as a Republican governor, even though he's in Austin, and there's a lot of Austin's its own little San Francisco, in my opinion, but it went through. It's never happened before.
And the only reason he did this in the public manner he did it in is because he wanted to get in the media and go, bang, bang, I'm a cowboy, don't mess with me, and he wanted to get some attention before the election, and he wasn't smart enough to listen to the people around him that told him this is illegal.
I mean, I'm not a conservative per se. I'm more of a just kind of in between. I really don't care for the parties, but he's not very popular with the conservative people either. I mean, he's just
an idiot. I mean, I don't see how he can be popular with anybody. He's a moron. If you evaluate him from a standpoint of just looking at him as a person,
he's what they got.
Yeah. And I mean, why someone could look at him during the primaries last year, while they could look at Rick Perry and go, I want that guy, the guy that's kind of stupid and can't answer questions and stares at the camera like he's half retarded. I want that guy. The guy that doesn't accomplish anything while he's in office. I want that guy. And they can look at a guy right next to him that is everything a Republican should be: intelligent, responsible, fiscally conservative, yet still considerate, like Huntsman, and go, we don't like him. So they give themselves an idiot. They want to elect an idiot instead of electing someone that is loyal to the party and everything someone in the party should be, like Huntsman.
I've never done any real research on Jeb Bush, but I've heard a lot of good things about him, even from conservatives and people that from Florida. They say he's an all-around, well-rounded person, and I've never heard
here in Florida, even the Democrats like him.
Yeah, Jeb Bush is more H.W. Bush than he is W. Bush, and I loved H.W. Bush. The first Bush Sr., was the best Republican president we've had in a long time. Everyone's like, oh, Reagan was wonderful. Reagan was an asshole. Not an asshole, but he screwed everything up. And Reagan basically allowed the corporations to run his government. He allowed the war hawks and the corporate interests to run his government. Ronald Reagan was the Ronald fucking McDonald of the government. It's like he's not in the back making the burgers. He's just the guy out front distracting you from the fact that there's rat meat in it. And that's what Ronald Reagan was. Whereas Herbert Walker Bush, he was an economist, he was a theologian, he was an intelligent man.
He's educated.
He understood the nuances of government and reality, and he was one of the best presidents we've had in a long time, which is, of course, why he could only get one term.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that about Jeb Bush, that he's not that, I don't know, he's he's not that obtuse. He's a real person. People talk to him, and he answers questions. He's intelligent. He knows how to, to respond to the issues at hand. He's done a good job for Florida. At least, nobody's complaining. There's always issues in Florida. Everyone understand about, some of the issues with weather and whatnot. But other than that, he's done a good job, and he's been elected for a long time there.
Yeah, I mean, I've met him a few times here. I've had conversations with him, and I'll tell you, unlike his brothers, there's a lot going on behind the eyes.
Yeah, I met W. Bush and H.W. Bush both in fundraising things here in Portland, and H.W. Bush, you just walk away from him going like, wow, that guy, it's like meeting like a college professor kind of a guy. Whereas when you just shake hands with W, you're like, this guy's a moron.
He did the ALS Ice Challenge. So
about a week before I shipped out for the Army, I'm in a barbecue restaurant. In walks a guy in a suit, and next thing I know, the H.W. Bush is standing behind me in line. So I, introduced myself, told him I was, shipping out for the Army in a few days, and he bought my lunch and had me sit with him for lunch. I mean, just awesome guy.
I can't think of one bad thing to say about H.W. Bush. I can't think of very many good things to say about him.
He threw up in Tokyo at an embassy dinner.
I think the biggest difference between the two is H.W. Bush wanted to do the job of president. He wanted to serve his country. W. Bush just wanted to be president, and he let everybody else do the work, which led to other people being in charge that shouldn't be in charge.
Well, obviously he stepped in it with the read my lips.
Yeah.
And he didn't step in it with read my lips. He stepped in it with approving the additional taxes.
Well, he didn't even really step in it with that, because if anyone pays attention, he said no new taxes. Going back to allowing tax breaks to expire that are unjust and unfounded that's not new taxes.
Oh God, you sound like Obama.
Well, I'm sorry,
that's the same thing he's saying.
But that's what George H.W. Bush did.
If my taxes go up, it's new taxes.
That's the thing. Your taxes didn't go up under H.W. Bush, and neither did they under Obama. The taxes that went up were tax breaks, where these multinational corporations were getting billions in kickbacks from the government, which were expiring. And then he said, okay, we let them expire. We don't just continue them. And then everyone's like, he raised taxes.
I'm in a pretty decent tax bracket. I can tell you definitively my taxes went up.
Unless you made over $230,000 a year this year, your taxes did not go up. I can guarantee you that.
Like I said, my taxes went up.
Now then, you made a lot of money.
It's my complete household income. I make good money. My wife gets good money. But we're not rich. I can't buy things on demand. I don't have a yacht in the harbor.
I know, but if you live in Florida,
I've got an airplane, but it's a two-seater, and it costs less than a 1983 Datsun.
But you get all the benefits of being a porn star in Miami.
Yeah. Being a porn star. All the free lube you can handle.
I must be sleepwalking or something.
Had to throw some levity in there somewhere.
I didn't know there was a market for watching fat guys on porn. Well, maybe there is, but not the market I'd want to follow.
So you'd be surprised if it exists. There's a porn market for it.
I was gonna say Bridget the midget is a millionaire, and she's not a millionaire because she's pretty.
She's only a millionaire because they factor in net worth differently.
By height?
I think in her case it's more of like a concentration, like less overall volume. I don't know. I just can't believe. Well,
look, you buy a couple of rental properties in the early '90s, and next thing you know, on paper you're a millionaire, but you can't afford your mortgages.
All that stuff is so messed up anyway.
If that didn't happen to very many people who bought property in the 90s and then property values shot up, what they did is mortgaged them to the hilt, put millions in the bank, and then just let the properties go back to the bank when the market dropped. So if you bought property in Miami in the early 90s and then didn't mortgage it to the hilt in the early 2000s and pocket the cash, well, that's just bad business shit.
Think about W is he brought in Karl Rove, and Karl Rove was the brains behind a lot of that stuff that was going on. And not only that, he was affecting everything in the political system for a good, 9 years that he had his clause in everything, and he was one of the big players and shakers in D.C. for the longest time, for those 9 years, 8+ years that he.
I mean, Karl Rove and Cheney would not have been so bad if there had been a president like H.W. Bush there to rein them in. But instead, there was a guy there that was just more interested in the title than anything else, in my opinion, and he just allowed Cheney and Rove to run the government instead of be a part of the government, and that's where things went wrong.
Well, at least my understanding of it was the second term when he started saying, like, I could do this on my own, I don't need you to tell me what to do, and he started getting really, bold with his vision of how to run the country. And even Rove, he started disregarding his advice to an extent, not completely, to an extent.
I'll tell you, I just loved how when gas was $1.90 a gallon, it was all the president's fault, and gas is $3.50 a gallon now, and well, that's just how it is.
Well, I never liked that thing when people always say you need to drill here in the States. We need to drill more here and keep our own oil local. Because the oil, I was like, who's telling them this shit? All the oil goes to the world market. It's not retained or outside of it's designated as reserve. It all goes to the world market. So how is drilling more in the States going to help anybody keep more oil here?
Because of supply and demand, you increase the supply. You lower the price. I mean, that's economics 101.
Yeah, but OPEC said, I mean, the guy who's like the main...
If you make it in the U.S., it's not controlled by OPEC.
No, it is, because it goes to the world market.
Yeah, it's a commodity. You can't just sell it for whatever you want.
Well, that's the thing. We would have to have the production capability to actually...
Well, that's also not, before we even continue this discussion any further, let's also not fall under that false assumption that gas is more expensive under Obama than it was under Bush. The highest price under Bush was $4.35 a gallon. Under Obama, it has been $3.85. The national average has been the highest. So it was actually more expensive under Bush at the end of his term than it was Obama. So.
I mean, I tell people all the time, they're like, hey, man, gas went down like, 10 cents. You need to go fill up. I'm like, why? I mean, I'll fill up, fine. You're going to fill up, you always want to get your money's worth. But the realistic reality of it is that every time what they're training us to do, at least in my opinion, is they're training you to accept, these high prices and be grateful for 10 cents off a gallon off $3.60 a buck or $3.60 a gallon. I don't appreciate it at all.
You're talking about a price spike, not an average.
No, here's the chart right here, and if you compare their years, if you add for inflation, if you don't take this chart does not take inflation into account, and if you account for inflation, this red line for Bush actually shifts about a half inch above Obama, almost 90% of the way through the chart. So prices under Bush were higher relative to the economy than they are under Obama.
Well, what's one of the main inflation indicators? Fuel prices.
But that's a fact, and that's right. And the fuel is not that much higher. So you look right there, the high peak for Bush under his administration, $4.25 a gallon. Under Obama, it's been like in his fourth year of his term, and it was at $3.85.
Yeah, and you're talking about if you look at the trend on this chart, everything's below, everything's at about the $2.50 to $3 mark, and didn't get to above the $3 mark until it spiked.
No.
And then if you believe this, chart under wait a minute.
Well, no.
So,
let me explain one thing.
wait, hang on here.
Over 8 years. So this final part of the graph you're calling a spike is a 2-year term, not a spike.
Wait, it doesn't make any sense though, because if you look at the far right of the graph, apparently that's at the end of Bush's term. The price was about $3.75 a gallon. And on the next day when Obama took over, it was down to below $2 a gallon? Is that what you're to believe from this chart?
It's not how you read the chart at all.
Or is this like from first day of? Okay, so this is on our timeline. This is over comparable timeline. I can't see the scale at the bottom.
This is adjusted for inflation. This is judging their terms relative to each other and showing the rise. The rise, if you pay attention to the dotted line, that's the median rise. It's almost identical in path under both guys, and the high points under Bush are higher than the high points under Obama.
No, what he's saying is if you take the first day of the Obama price and you put it at the very end of the Bush price, they don't line up. It's like it suddenly drops.
I see what he's saying. These are done by president
this
year,
is
not by time scale.
Exactly.
They're adjusted for inflation too, right?
Yes, and it is it says here adjusted for inflation.
And the inflation adjustment, like I say, a huge indicator of inflation is fuel prices.
So if you'll notice, both presidents have had massive rises in fuel prices. So you can't blame Bush or Obama without blaming the other one for gas prices.
I don't think it's the president's business to be into the pre-market of what fuel prices are, with the exception of, are they artificially creating a problem by prohibiting or expanding the supply by opening up or shutting down drilling. But the only way that we could ever counter what OPEC does with price setting is to outproduce OPEC, and we just don't have that capability right now. Now, is that because we just don't have the reserves to do it, or is it just because we don't have the pumping capacity to do it?
We also don't have the public sway to do it, where we do have all these, huge reserves, because under, national land, national park land, etc. There's no political backing for a lot of this stuff, sadly.
Well, there's a lot of political backing for it. I mean, even among
there's more opposed to it.
Like amongst conservatives and amongst most independents, there's a ton of backing for increasing production capability.
But there's more opposed to it.
I wouldn't say that there's more people in this country that are opposed to increasing our production capability than are for it.
Sure, make it sound that way in the media. So.
I'd love to see Rasmussen do a poll. Not that polls are 100% reliable, but they're certainly bellwethers.
Yes, they are.
I missed something. Do a poll about what?
Whether we should drill in national parks for oil.
I think we need to
national land.
I think we need to quit worrying about fucking oil and start moving on to alternative energy sources, like we said we needed to in the 70s before it got pounded down by the big corporations.
Well, yeah, I totally want Mr. Fusion on top of my car, but until I can run my car off of banana pills, we're kind of stuck with it.
Well, until you
give me a viable alternative.
Until people start having an alternative and giving an incentive to not run their car off oil, we're going to continue running it off oil, especially since big business has an interest in that.
I mean, hell, they've been trying to make the Chevy Volt and the electric cars and everything, and the battery technology is taking off exponentially. Over the past 5 years, batteries do a whole lot more than they did.
Exactly. You know why?
Still not where we need them.
but it's not there yet.
They're very close to where we need them, and they would already be where they need them if we hadn't had the problem we had. And if you watched, I watched a special the other night on PBS, and it was, I forget what, America and the Electric Car, America and the Electric Dream, or something like that. And they were basically talking about the only reason the battery technology has taken off in the last couple of years is because countries other than us have gotten involved in it.
Yep.
And countries have funded the programs instead of relying on private investment. So the people that used to be developing batteries here in the 70s are now in like Sweden and Germany developing batteries. They're doing the same technology again that they did in the 70s here that got bought out by like Exxon and BP Mobile and then destroyed. And they're basically trying to recreate what they already did in the late 70s and early 80s again.
Look, when you give me my battery car that can go from 0 to 60 in 4 seconds and then take me 300 miles on a charge and let me recharge it in 15 minutes, I'm in.
Ditto.
Well, they've already got cars that can go 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. They've got them that can do 150 miles on a charge, and then they've got some that have little 2-gallon backup tanks that you can recharge your battery on the run if you have to and get it up to 300 miles. But those are, and even though the companies are being incentivized to make them, what they do, and here's, you can even look up the cost of making the cars, it costs like $80 more to make the hybrid version, but then they add a $6,000 supplemental charge onto it to discourage retail sales.
Exactly. At the prices of the, those cars you're talking about that can do that 0 to 60 in 4 seconds and have this range are so expensive because of this, upcharge.
And we've got a guy here in Vancouver, if you want to, or actually he's over in Portland.
All right, so I know a guy who's trying to make an experimental aircraft. And this is a guy with a lot of money and who makes experimental aircraft for a living. And they've been trying to get a battery airplane to work. And the problem is, with the best batteries on the market, for the best engineers in the market, you just can't keep the damn thing in the air long enough to make it viable.
Well, not without it being too heavy to be for an aircraft, because you can't have an aircraft engine that weighs as much as a Jaguar engine either, or else you're screwed. But
go nuclear.
The problem is, and that's not best battery technology, because best battery technology is not even available here right now. In fact, we've got a guy in Portland, Oregon. You should look him up. He's created a new type of battery, uses a different material to control heat than what the normal batteries use, and he's getting 200 miles off of the batteries, and he's getting 0 to 60 in like 3.6 seconds.
And how long do they take to charge? Because that's the killer for me.
It takes about 4 hours to charge. Don't you park your car in your driveway at night?
Yeah, and that's the difference between a commuter car and a car that I'm going to take to go visit, take the kids to visit grandma, from Florida to Minnesota or wherever you take a road trip to. Until the electric car can meet up to the practicality of the gas engine, it's always going to be a neat little thing for people that drive 7 miles a day to work.
Well,
I think you guys are
reality if more people didn't use that mentality, try to justify the petroleum industry holding down the technology.
Well, really, the future in automobiles is hydrogen.
Well, I saw a Tesla.
I like hydrogen a lot.
I saw a Tesla S sedan the other day on the highway, and it looks slick. And I did some research on it and found $75,000 for that.
See, that's why I want is a car with a Tesla coil in the trunk that will just, you can just beam energy to it.
I agree
drive all day.
I agree with James May and Jay Leno. I think hydrogen is the way to go with most cars. And
I said that.
You could even go to a hydrogen charging system for electric cars, or the hydrogen electric hybrid with a hydrogen charging system, and you've got as much range as you would off a gas engine.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the technology is great. It needs some improvement because the cells don't last long enough.
It needs a little bit of tweaking, and it already would be there if it wasn't for people saying, when it's better than my gas car, I'll actually support it. Well, you can't get it to where it's better than your gas car unless you support it first.
Has anybody tried to design? I mean, I know you only get so much out of solar cells, but at like the sunroof, or not the sunroof, but the top of the vehicle.
The efficiency is nowhere near there. Look, the sun is not beaming enough energy into that little square panel that you've got on your roof. if it were to beam enough energy at 100% conversion rates, you would still never get enough power.
Well, that's not absolutely true, because now they have solar panels 5 foot by 5 foot wide that can power a house for 6 hours a day. So your electric needs of your car is the only difference is it's a different type of current. But they are already making strides in solar panels that are literally solar panels now. I think the last thing I saw said that they are 3,000 times more efficient now than they were 10 years ago.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's been great strides, and I think it's a good augmenting system. But I'm just talking about the energy, the photons hitting a panel that big. There's just not that much energy there unless you combine it with some other technology.
Yeah, right
now, give me my cold fusion reactor in my trunk.
What if you put a windmill in the front of your car and then
right now, actually, solar panels are used on a lot of cars to power the.
It just runs the fan like
radio.
Well, the Prius just runs the fan. If you're sitting in the car in the sun, the car gets hot, it turns the fans on in the car. It doesn't even turn the air on, just turns on the fan.
Yep, exactly. They run the auxiliary systems. Some will run air conditioning, some will run your radio, the electronics on your dashboard, etc.
I'm like, well, that was a waste of money.
Yep.
Well, the only thing about we got a lot of batteries in general right now with diesels using sometimes 2 batteries for pickups and tractors and so on. And then your general batteries used for automobiles already. When you get these batteries collectively that are using 8 batteries in series, in a series formation to power your vehicle, that's another concern. I don't want to get all like freaking like the toxic the waste, but that's also crazy how what they're gonna do with that and how to recycle that.
They do recycle them. That's the thing.
Are you saying it's crazy how they recycle those lead acid?
No. They say they recycle them. I don't know what I mean, but
okay.
You get a fleet of vehicles, that are all using like 8 batteries in series, and that you go from 1 battery to 8 per.
You're talking about lead acid batteries, right?
Yeah, gel cell lead acid.
Right. If I were to take a car lead acid battery to the recycle yard, I'd get between $12 to $15 for that battery. So you're saying they're not recycling them?
I know they recycle them. I work for a company. I know where a company recycled them. I just never knew they actually got recycled. They got put on a pallet, and people took them off, and supposedly he did something with them. I just never saw the outcome of it.
Yeah, they take them to a place that recycles them, and then they get whatever they can use out of them. I don't know, the lead, specifically, but they take the stuff out that they can. If they're paying you $12 to $15 at a recycle place, they're making a profit on this too. So they can't just go, we're just going to buy.
What kind of batteries? What kind of batteries are they using in these vehicles? Are they gel cell lead acid, or are they lithium?
Lithium. They're normally lithium based.
Because lithium is a lot different.
They still, the lithiums are a lot harder to recycle.
Hey, Edge, here's what you got to understand. The car batteries that start engines are literally completely different from the car engine, like from the car batteries that run electric cars. Lead acid batteries were originally put in cars because they didn't hold a lot of charge, but they could deliver a ton of charge very quickly, and they could be
cranked
infinitely, like an infinite amount of times almost. Whoever it is that realized you could put an electric starter on a motor realized you didn't need very much charge, you just needed a lot of voltage for about 3 seconds. And then you could continually recharge the battery, and as long as the battery could stand being recharged all the time and still deliver those volts for 10 seconds, it would always work. So he came up so that's why he put in lead acid batteries. They don't hold a ton of charge, they can't get you very far down the road by themselves, but they can turn over that huge motor instantaneously.
Yeah, I'm familiar with nickel metal hydrate and nickel cadmium and lithium, and so on, but the lead acid batteries, I used to work with them as far as, UPS.
So here's the thing about lead acid batteries. The lead itself is extremely well recycled. Like lead, 98% of all lead created is being recycled over and over and over again continuously. It's actually the most recycled material on planet Earth. As far as I know, the only lead that doesn't get recycled is the lead that we shoot into berms. The rest of it is pulled out of junkyards.
No, that stuff we shoot in the berms.
Oh yeah, and that's
run those commercial ranges, have it mined out and sell the lead.
There you
Yeah,
go.
exactly. That's what I was going to say. The stuff that goes to the berms does get recycled.
Anyway, lead is the most recycled material on Earth. You don't need to worry about like if you see somebody taking lead somewhere and they say it's getting recycled, it's getting recycled.
Actually,
I
non-recycled
thought it was
pure
copper,
lead
but
is
yeah, I mean,
very expensive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but again, I'm going back hydrogen. Forget about the batteries. That's just a stopgap. Those are really just a stopgap measure in this. Hydrogen is the way to go because, one, no pollution. What comes out of your tailpipe is water. And two, you can, fill up your tank and you're on your way. It takes about just a little bit longer to fill up a tank with hydrogen than it does when you do it with gas.
Could I take my little Mio water enhancer and squirt that into my hydrogen tank, and then I could just collect the flavored water at my tailpipe?
Doubt it. But you could probably put the Neo in your tailpipe and then collect the vapor.
If I can't put it into my hydrogen tank at the beginning and it worked the way I want it to, I'm going to dump that car on the side of the road and I'm going to watch it burn.
Is there any issues with hydrogen gas or tanks that are in host the fuel with crashes and whatnot? Being more dangerous than
you would have the same problems you have with a gasoline tank full of flammable gasoline.
I would think so, but you have compression.
Yeah, the hydrogen is stored under pressure. That's the difference.
Yeah, but as soon as you crash, it's all going to be. It's like as soon as
pretty much.
The spark can't get into the hydrogen tank because
the problem is the cost to produce hydrogen right now. It's too much money.
All right, well, here's the thing. Okay, so I can have a gallon of gas, and I can put a couple of electrical wires in the middle of that gas and create a spark, and nothing will happen. I can't do that. I can't do that necessarily in a hydrogen environment because the hydrogen will self-oxidize.
Yep.
Will it really? Like if there's no oxygen in the environment, how does the hydrogen combust? Like, what's that chemical reaction? Does it go from A to B?
The leak of a crash and impact into the tank.
Yeah. As soon as it leaks, it doesn't take a lot of oxygen. Once you've compromised it. It's not. Gas needs a whole lot more air. And when I say gas, I'm talking about,
actually gas
regular
is the perfect, the perfect air fuel mixture to ignite.
The volumetric efficiency for gasoline is extremely high. Now, one of the things that really interests me is the whole, some of the whole biofuel things. The renewable gasolines. They're making ethanol out of
the problem is it takes
out of
more
algae.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to use this ethanol good example. Normally ethanol takes more electricity. I'm not using that as a general term here. Gas, diesel, whatever it is. It takes more of that to get 1 gallon than you're actually getting. So you actually burn more. You burn like 1.5 gallons compared to getting 1 gallon. It's such a lopsided.
Well, that's the thing. It's not completely there yet, but that's another one of these technologies that's been making great strides.
Does hydrogen burn with the color, or I understood it burns clear?
Got any MRE heaters?
It kind of it's a very hot flame, so it burns like a blue to a light yellow.
Well, that's what I say. Do you have one of those MRE heaters?
No, I don't.
You can get one at your local Army Navy store. So it'll probably cost you about 10 cents. Get an MRE heater, fill it full of water, and then light the fumes coming off of it. those fumes are hydrogen.
Yep.
It is volatile stuff.
Yeah. What we need to do though is a way to secure the thing that if there is an accident, it does not. It's either not going to get like a little pinhole in there, or it's going to completely break open.
But I am a huge fan of expanding hydrogen technology. It's just not quite there yet because the main issue is the hydrogen cells. It uses an electrochemical reaction to split the hydrogen out of the water, and it's the plates on those cells corrode and basically get coated very quickly.
Yeah. Well, there's a really cool product I saw. It actually, they're using it on.
It's called soap.
Gas tanks on military vehicles in this testing, and they would shoot it with a round, and they'd be like, if a little drop of fuel leaked out, it would be just that would be it. And there's you can't even see the bullet hole.
Oh, they've had self-sealing fuel tanks since World War II.
Yeah, but this is a newer product, and they take multiple rounds.
It's definitely improved, but it's definitely not a new concept.
I can't imagine.
It's not a new concept, but I thought when I saw this how fast it works.
Basically, you take one of those giant gummy bears and use that to line your fuel tank.
That's why these bladders and the wings, instead of just filling off with standard metal cells, just to hold the fuel. These bladders.
Well, that was also used because not everybody makes those wings watertight, so bladders just an easy way to go.
Mm-hmm.
Or fuel tight, actually, which is water's a lot more dense than gasoline.
Definitely a lot of stuff there that could work. We need to work on this. Again, hydrogen I think is the future here. Batteries are the in-between while they work all the details out with the hydrogen.
Steam power.
You know how dangerous steam-powered engines are?
There they work.
You never had one blow up, have you?
Well, I've never owned a vehicle that had a steam power engine.
Yeah, look for some old photos of some old
boilers,
locomotives that had a pressure relief valve fail. It ain't pretty. Looks like somebody dropped a Moab on a train.
Yeah. But Ed, you can go back to the start of the Industrial Revolution if you want and start using steam engines. That's fine. You can go backwards.
What do you think runs an aircraft carrier?
Nuclear.
Nuclear-powered
steam turbines. Steam turbines.
They are steam turbines that get their heat from a nuclear reaction. Yeah. But they are steam engines. Just instead of burning flames, they are cracking molecules.
Yeah.
Burning flames and then sold some Navy men all across the United States that serve on those carriers. They are not burning flames.
I just want to see Edge get a steam engine. And he can't afford nuclear power, so he's gonna have to go with.
I don't have to afford it. I'll make my own. There's a kit I saw online. Buy it and make my own.
And where are you gonna get the plutonium or the uranium to?
I know a guy. Something like this Play-Doh stuff, you just put it in the cord, seal it up, and you're good to go. Like a soccer ball. But this fucking heat, huh? It's getting nasty.
What heat?
I'm
Today's
sorry.
high was 74.
Shit, try like 97 today. No, 101 today. I think.
Dude, it's 1 in the morning and it's still over 90 out here.
Yeah, we're supposed to be, our high temperature over the weekend's going to only be in the low 80s, so. That's our heat wave.
They're like godforsaken Wisconsin. Right?
Actually, it's been a super cool summer.
Yeah, which means it's going to be hell to pay for winter. It's like people were, I mean, it didn't get really hot till like mid-July, late July. It started to peak. And usually around late June it starts to peak really hot around here. That just means you're going to have a hot-ass freaking, going into the fall. And then winter's going to be worse. I mean, that's the way seasons are right here. It's a little
it can't be worse than last year's winter from hell for here. I mean,
for you guys, yeah, you
with,
guys had a bad winter, yeah.
Yeah, we just got off this bad winter. It was my highest gas bill. This is not gas, not I got gas and electricity here, natural gas. My highest bill was for just natural gas for 1 month was $350. I normally average about 180 in the winter. And add, the electricity onto that, but still, you think about that, almost doubling.
Yeah, I know a guy, I mean, it's not the same cold that you're talking about, but in the local area, where you guys telling me that in winter, he just never turns on his heater. He and his wife just like triple up on like blankets when it's cold. He'll be damned if you turn on the heater. He has money too. Like he's a cheap guy.
Yeah, you can't triple up on blankets when it's negative 17 at the highest point. Doesn't work. You can triple up on blankets when it's like 32.
All you gotta do is show all them kitties, your underwear, and you stay on.
No, thank you. And Yankee, you there? Probably not. I was gonna ask Yankee about his cat. He got a new cat. Well, a new cat got him.
I shaved my dog, that Dalmatian. Took his coat off. He's happy. He's happy. He's giving me a bunch of shit about his like trying to run away. I'm like, no, you don't know where. Shave your damn coat off. And it's cool because you get to see his spots again because when his coat grows, it covers up his spots. He's a mix. Like most Dalmatians have a built-in coat. He's a lab kind of Dalmatian mix. So he gets that lab coat that covers it up, covers the spots up.
Yeah, I had to imagine that shaving a dog's coat off in summer in Texas is probably a smart idea.
He was fighting me initially, but then
I was wondering what kind of Dalmatian you had that had to have its coat shaved.
Yeah, most Dalmatians don't. They have real thin hair. Nah, he's a shedder. And, top of that, fucker, like you give him water, like it's hot outside, you give him water. He takes like, as much as he wants the water, then he puts his paw and knocks the bowl over just to fucking do it. Shits and giggles. I'm like,
I had a chow mix with something smaller. That man, you shave her hair. She was just like a new dog.
Yeah, I was thinking about paying to do it. I have a friend of mine, one of my buddies passed away. His wife, whatever. His wife just survived. She's in that business, and I asked her about it. It's about $60. And I'm like, well, let me take a crack at it myself. I got some flippers, and I didn't do the greatest job ever, but he looks like he's happy.
Oh man, I tried shaving my chow once myself, and it was bad. She looked like a damn skinned pig.
Yeah.
Well, what happened is, they have those teeth? Like I put like the number 2 on him when I did it, and they have those teeth, so you can see the groove marks like in his hair, in his hairline, where like you got it, the bulk of it, but not all of it. Like,
yeah, you know what? Spend the $60.
Edge doesn't care what his dog looks like.
Yeah, he's not a show pony. I'm like,
you're gonna give your dog a complex. Walk by a mirror and be like, God, I look all scraggly.
I think he already has one.
Because you know your dog's all metro.
Every time I pick up my leg, he flinches. So he already has a complex.
What are you doing with your leg that makes your dog flinch?
Usually I extend it and
Kick him. You have to admit I was right on that one, right, Edge?
He needs order in his life.
See, I'm much more apt to kick a human than a dog.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but
there's many different ways to temper a dog, and kicking normally doesn't work.
Oh no, it works. Dude, like my wife and my dog try to like get him in the morning and put him in his kennel so he can be in the house during the day when it's really hot. And they're like, they have to chase him around the house. And if I'm there, like during the day, get your ass in that kennel right now. And he's like, oh shit. Like, yeah. You stutter a movement. He's like, yeah, I got you better get in that kennel. Get your ass in there.
It's all about attitude with the dog. If you get the right attitude, they'll behave.
Dalmatian dogs have a real bad time with anxiety separation and shit like that. If he gets like that with my daughter, like she's in the room, he's in the kennel, and he starts howling and like it's like you're stabbing him with 20 knives. You know, he gets all upset. And I have to tell him, shut the fuck up. Hey, be quiet. And that's the way he is. Like, yeah. Plus, he thinks he's an indoor dog. When we like threw him outside, you know, once the shade hits the right side of the backyard, just post him outside and he has cover and give him water and stuff. And then he's like slamming the door, you know, sliding the door, like, let me back in. It's too hot. Like, no, you're an outdoor dog. You're not an indoor dog. I'm sorry, you got the message wrong. You just keep slapping the door. Bam, bam, bam. No, stay outside. There's shade, there's water, there's food. You're good.
Yeah, my dogs are couch potatoes.
He sheds too much, man. That's why I was really interested in shaving him because I can't stand seeing hair everywhere. The floor carpet, you know, I tile my floor, the floor rugs.
We'll first get rid of the carpet.
Sofas, no.
I've got one that's Pit Bull and Dalmatian. The other one is Pit and Rottweiler. They are just giant couch potatoes that, you know, sleep in the bed with us.
He sleeps outside in the night, and we'll bring him in the morning right before it gets hot, and we'll let him sleep in the house. And then after like 2 o'clock, once the shade sits on the other side of the house, yeah, you can go out back now.
We have a dog door. They come and go as they please.
You live in Florida, that's possible. It's one of the things, you know, that's a pain about Wisconsin. You can't really have a dog door in the freaking middle of winter.
Well, I've got the dog door in the Florida room, so if I need to close it off, I can, you know, close the sliding glass door that goes into the Florida room. But the Florida room's, you know, heated and air conditioned, and you know, it's really nice. It's actually like the biggest room in my house. You know, it's got leather furniture and big screen TV and everything else. It's really the we're out there as much as we were in the living room.
I have a 3 seasons room, but no way am I gonna have that open in winter, even with a freaking gas stove out there.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it feels decent, but if it just gets too much, there's a panel that goes over the top of it that seals. The people I had install it actually had them fab up a panel out of aluminum, put backing on it so it matches the wall perfectly, and put a weather strip on it.
That's nice. I'd actually end up doing it all myself. That's how I am.
You know those little flip latches that are on windows?
Yep.
Instead of a little track, it sets into the panel sets into a spot, and I have 4 of those little window latches that click into place to hold it in place. So you just put it on, compress it, and flip all the latches.
Nice.
Of course, the dogs get really pissed if you put that panel in place and they try and come in from the outside. The door doesn't work.
So they just get a headache.
I got to replace the rubber flap. I've got a new one on order because the Pitweiler came running through the door, and there's 2 parts to the flap. One's just a ring that goes around it to seal it, but when you come out, only the big flap moves. When you go in, the flap and that little rubber ring, and it's heavy duty, like tire rubber almost, but not steel belted. It's not belted at all. And he hit that thing, and the way he came through so fast it pushed through. It went around his chest, and he popped that thing like a rubber band. 80 pounds of Pitweiler running at full speed.
I can never have a doggy door because this dipshit likes to, when it gets wet, he'll sit there and or rains outside. We get a lot of flash storms down here, and then he'll go out there and he'll be running around and getting all dirty, and I can live in the house and make a muck of the tile and clean up after him. If he decides to. Plus, he doesn't know his power. He's only like 6 months old, like 5 months old, so he's a mid-size big dog, and he just jumps on people sometimes. And my daughter, he's gotten her dirty on the way to school sometimes in the morning when she's gone out to bring him in. He just has a lot of power. He doesn't know how much he has. He doesn't mean to be. I don't think he obviously means to be do it intentionally. He just doesn't know better.
Oh yeah, mine have precious little paws that cannot get into wet grass. They're pansies when it comes to getting wet, unless it's like running around on the beach or something.
Yeah, when I was growing up, I had 2 dogs. Well, and the screen for the sliding glass door. We ended up having to remove it because the dogs, being dumbasses, would just keep running right through the screen. You get tired of replacing the screen after a while.
I have a buddy that has their dog used to do that, and they put in this screen that I swear to God I could probably take a .22 shoot it at it and it wouldn't go through. This screen is, you cannot, Mike Tyson couldn't punch a hole in this stuff. Like, I'm really thinking I'm going to get some of that for my front door.
Yeah, that sounds really cool. Yeah, we just had, the aluminum screening.
Yeah, this stuff is like stainless steel screening.
Ooh, cool.
I mean, the dog, their dog actually paws at it, and they had their dog just passed away actually, but she was a pit and a real powerful chest, and she would paw at it, and it wouldn't even scratch the screen.
Yeah, so that's all I do in this house is aluminum screening, and when I have the windows open, the cats will. Sometimes there'll be a bug on the screen, and they'll go crazy after it. And they put a couple small tears in it already.
I remember as a kid, I had a golden retriever mix named Rusty, and those old 50-gallon barrel barbecue pits in the 80s. And
in the 80s,
well, in general,
I used one a couple of weeks ago.
I don't like them anymore, but I have I like them a little more well-built, but nevertheless, we had one of those, and the dog was always rambunctious, and then he went and put his paws on the pit, and it was like the hottest point of the grill, going on. He went and put his paws on the back part of the pit, jumped up, paws on the pit, Here you go, dumbass. He had to pull a
Oh, that's
bucket of
not
ice water.
cool.
No, he did it on his own. Nobody like did it. He just jumped up and
Oh no, but still, that sucks.
yeah, and then
When
like
I was a
okay.
kid, we were grilling some stuff and had a cat jump on top of the grill. Oh my God, you never saw a cat move so fast.
I probably have, because I've stepped on a cat's tail before. They move really damn fast when they're in pain.
The poor thing singed all 4 paws. Had to dress her paws, and then she's walking around for a few days with bandages.
But she never did that again.
No. It lit the grill and the cat would run.
Yeah, I'm waiting for one of these days. I've got Neptune's been running through the kitchen as soon as I open the frickin' oven door, goes running and he runs underneath it. I'm just waiting for one of these days he's gonna do that, and he's gonna nail the hot part of the door of the oven, and I'm not looking forward to that.
They'll only do it once.
Yep.
Well, some people learn the hard way, man. I cut my head open 3 times by the time I was 4 years old, and cracked my skull when I was 7. Just being a dumbass, just jumping off beds, and you land here, you bump into this, bump into that. And what sucked back in the late 70s, early 80s is they used to like hit you up with anesthetic, a local anesthetic. They would just sit you and sew you up as you were, clean it out with soap and sew you up. And many times my head busted open from being a dumbass as a kid, and cracking my skull was fun too.
Oh hell, I split my wig about a year ago.
It's been a while for me, but luckily my kids haven't had the same, lessons in life. I was just one of those kids that, that's the way I ran.
Yeah, I still have the scar above my left eye from when I was like 3. Goes right through my eyebrow. I'm doing something really stupid.
I have lots of scars, and most of them are from doing something stupid.
Yeah, I'm talking about when I was a kid. That's the only scar I have from the kid that I can remember. I mean, I've got... Yeah, except for my knees. I always skinned up my knees riding my bike, wrecking on gravel.
I remember once as a kid, I was maybe about 9, about 10, I was in the garage, and I kneeled to grab something in the garage, and then all of a sudden I felt this, like, water, some wet stuff dripping down my shin, my leg. And I was wearing these gray pants, and I just see it's all black, and I'm like, what the hell is that? I look at my knee, and right in the cap of my knee, and there's a piece of glass stuck in my knee. So I pull it out, and it only gets worse. I'm like, oh shit. And that's what it. But I didn't feel it because it was in the kneecap. It didn't like. I didn't even feel any like pain or anything. There's no nerve right there at the top of it. At least that picked it up.
I gotta retract that. I've got one scar on the side of my leg, upper thigh, from when I was a kid, walking on top of the snowbanks. And then I went through once, right against a metal mailbox pole, those old just sheet metal driven to the ground. It's a huge, about 12-inch scar on my thigh from doing that. That was the only really stupid thing I did.
Yeah, the worst visible scar I had was on my right hand, and that's from rolling over my car when I rolled it over that one time. And about 7 times it spun, but my hand went into the windshield like got carved up.
Man, I got a lot of little scars from doing stupid stuff as an adult. Like shooting myself in the hand with a pellet rifle. The BB's still lodged in my palm of my hand, too.
I knew a dude that he's pretty handy. He always liked being, claimed being handy. I think I told you this story before. But He would always make stuff when we worked at Iceland's computer shop. He always make little gadgets and gadgets to help us out. But one day he went to flea market. No, he went to Petco or whatever it was. He saw this cat post, little scratching posting, and it was like $50. He's like, I ain't gonna pay $50 to make that shit myself. He goes home or his dad's shop and starts making it, and he got careless and ended up chopping up one of his fingers. And it got to the point where he couldn't reattach it either. It was that bad. So I remember I saw him next time. I asked him, "Let me ask you this: was it worth $50?"
All right, I've made.
How's the song go? Scars are souvenirs we never lose.
Yeah.
Let's see. So far, I made like 5. I made 3 scratching posts. Yeah, 3 scratching posts and a ledge for my kids, and I've not cut a finger off. Banged myself in the thumb with a hammer doing it, but
Yeah, it was a table saw that got the better of him, and he just wasn't paying attention, and there you go. I asked him what that was on. He got all pissed off at me. I'm like, was it worth $50? I personally, I think I would pay the $50 to keep my, my finger. But
that's only if you're careless. I end up using, the hand tools more often, like hand saw. And, since my table saw is gone to shit on me, so I haven't resorted to either using the circular saw, the Sawzall, or a handsaw, and I've been going to the handsaw.
I have a good-sized scar on my forehead from, diving into a lake and hitting a shopping cart at the bottom.
I had this one customer, because I do computer work for private clients, and he did that. He jumped into a river, and he miscalculated and ended up hitting bottom and paralyzed him, from the neck down. And I was like, God.
Yeah,
man.
I got damn lucky I didn't paralyze myself when I hit this thing. Luckily, the shopping cart wasn't embedded. It moved. I hit it hard. But this while I was in college, it was the little lake right in front of the older student housing. So the next morning, a bunch of my friends all get out there and they, hook up a strap to the shopping cart and pull it out with a car. Then they found another one down there right next to it. This one was embedded. They hooked up a strap to it to go to pull it out with the car, and it pulled the bumper off the car. If I had hit that one, I'd have been dead.
Yeah.
All right, Ballistic, now that you're in here, what have you done recently that was stupid? I mean, recently because you're still a kid.
Poured grain alcohol on your head at your first frat party and wear your mother's underwear.
I'm surprised he hasn't answered. Probably the stupidest thing I did as a kid, there was a sand pit near my house. My friends and I went and decided to jump off the edge of the sand pit and the sand.
Okay, there we go. Sorry. For some reason my computer keeps wanting to use my computer mic and not my headset mic. Anyways, probably most recently it would be my lead pipe exploding all over my driveway.
We're talking about where you actually hurt yourself.
Oh gosh, I've never had anything that serious.
You have not lived.
Give it time.
No, I grew up riding dirt bikes, hunting, fishing, everything. I did almost impale my chest one time on dirt bikes.
I've got a scar on my left foot from the motorcycle kicking out on me. Big one on my leg from a giant rock coming out of a lawnmower.
Wow.
A couple of Bradley Brights from Army Bradley infantry fighting vehicles, basically being assholes. One from a M249 saw blowing up in my hand. Lucky I still have a thumb. God, there aren't too many parts of me that don't have a scar within it. I don't think there's a I don't think I have more than 18 inches of surface area anywhere on my body that doesn't have a scar somewhere.
Yeah, when I roll over my car, I had like 42 lacerations on my right arm and 36 on my left, and a concussion, 2 fractured wrists. And
Never broke a bone that required a cast.
But the worst thing I did that I remember hurt the worst that I could remember immediately, because I didn't go into shock, was when I was that whole thing where I'm not gonna get off your hood of your car. And we were at the lake in Laredo, and this one dude's like, "Oh yeah," we put in reverse and go about 20 miles, almost a little under 30 miles an hour, and fucking do that whole turn and just try to throw me off, and I rolled hard. Yeah, dude, I got up and I'm like trying to shake it out. I'm like, yeah, it didn't hurt. I'm like, oh fuck, dude. Yeah, I rolled hard in that gravel and fucking spun.
What were you doing? Hold on to a car?
I was a teenager. I didn't give a shit.
You're an idiot.
That's right. Because I was
I know someone who did that same thing and broke your leg.
by your age. No, I didn't break no legs. I was just hurting all over. It's like, I got hit on and you spun like 5 or 6 times off the ground and gravel and roll over, and then it's like, damn, you're like, oh, and you have to hold your face, you have to hold face, so you gotta stand up, like, hey.
See, that's
hey,
what
it didn't hurt.
That's what's weird about the human body is like sometimes people withstand so much nothing happens to them. Sometimes just small stuff, and they'll just like snap something. I've got a guy I know, he was just sitting on the car, on the hood of it or something, like messing around, and the guy was driving like 5 miles an hour, like he stopped and he slid off the front and broke his leg.
Wait till you get old enough to use a chiropractor, to fix your fucking shit. And I've been seeing a chiropractor for the last 2.5 years, and
yeah, my parents go.
He's told me the last time I went and I was really fucked up. Once he saw me and he started checking, measuring everything, he's like, I don't know how the fuck you're even walking, dude. Most people call ambulances to get them out of the bed. The way you're looking right now, they don't leave their bed. Just call an ambulance and have them delivered and somebody else takes care of them. I was like, really? Yeah, you were really fucked up, man. But he straightened me out, man. It feels great when they crack your neck.
Yeah, it does feel good.
It does. I was like, it's easy. Yeah, he's like, here's the good stuff, because they hook you up to electrodes and relax the muscles and everything, try to warm you up. And then he does, he starts breaking everything inside you, hearing the snaps and buzzes, turn this way, turn that way. The last thing is he's just like, all right, relax your neck. Crack! You're like, oh, fuck.
I got a flared magwell for my Glock today. I got it on there. Looks pretty nice. You want to see it?
No.
Shoot your eye out, kid.
Look at it. Oh, it's beautiful. It just sticks out a little bit too much on the front here. So
is that a Dawson?
Yeah. So it's almost like my pinky's almost barely. I had to change my grip just a little bit, but I like it though. It's nice. And here's what.
How are you gonna carry that now?
Boring.
There we go. There's the base with the extended base plates. Got extendos.
Where are you shooting?
Yeah, I shoot limited in USPSA.
Living with mama.
You need to practice more and stop going to the tournament so often. Use a time of practice to improve, because you're just wasting lead.
I do practice.
Don't practice enough.
Every day I practice. I don't necessarily do live ammo practice every day, but I practice every day.
It's called jerking off. It's not practicing.
Very funny.
Yeah, if any of you guys done any of the training with the laser light systems, and they've got the the bullseye target and the reactive targets and all that stuff. Any of you guys use that stuff?
Just Dano does. You're gonna have to ask him about that when he.
I was pretty lucky to get a Grizzly Targets out of Tampa Bay, Florida. Send me a reactive target, the Pacific reactive target, pretty nice setup, and they're gonna send me another one. So I was happy to get that and test it out, and it's fun. I love shooting steel. It's awesome.
Well, I'm talking about the laser reactive targets. So you put the
oh yeah, okay, my bad.
The little laser bullet in your gun and shoot these things. I've got one that I keep in my Florida room that I will ping from time to time just to
The only person I know
the fundamentals up.
It's Dano. Dano bought one in the local group, local people we talked to. He bought one. He's pretty happy with it. He's talking about.
Yeah, I've been using this thing for about a year, and it definitely translates to the range. I'm mostly a rifle shooter. I mean, that was my training in the military. That's what I did as a kid mostly, and the transition to handguns is it's definitely different, but it has greatly improved my speed and accuracy trying to hit that little thing and actually being able to practice like every day with it.
Have you ever had to draw your weapon?
Before I went in the military, I drew a damn Lorson 380, or no, it's a 32, in order to keep somebody who decided he didn't like me very much, and after him came out of a movie theater and somebody, I don't even know what he was on about, but he comes running at me. I'm like, okay, apparently I got to fight this guy, and on the way, he bent over into a pile of junk and pulled out a lead pipe. Well, I don't know if it was, I don't think it was lead, but pulled out a pipe, and now it's like, oh, this guy's about to crack my skull, so I drew on him. Ironically, this was in Houston, Texas, back in the 90s, before Texas had a concealed carry law, and technically I was illegally carrying. And if I weren't, I probably would have had my skull cracked open.
I hear you. I'll have to draw mine twice on my property.
Now, in military life, yeah, that's different, but...
Well, I mean, the masses thought they're going to be pushy, and I'm like, yeah, you're on my property, and you're an aggressive posture. So.
I don't know, I hope I didn't freak the mailman out the other day, because I was at home, I had my whole competition rig on or whatever, and I was going out to make a video or something, and I was walking out the door with, like, my gun bag and, like, my gun, everything on my hip, on my belt and everything. He just pulls up, he didn't say anything, he just kind of looked at me. Probably wondering what the heck I was doing.
Well, I got rid of the Jehovah's Witnesses have not been back to my house since I answered the door with with a Mossberg 500 slung on the front of me.
That's funny.
I was sitting there actually installing one of the Mesa tactical like 8-shot carriers on it. Doorbell rang, and I just didn't think twice of it.
Yeah.
Stuck it around my neck and opened the door with it slung on my front.
Like, oh wait. So, whoops.
Yes, the Jehovah's Witnesses have not been back to the house.
That's funny. I live in the middle of nowhere, so when someone comes up to my door anytime that I'm not expecting, it's kind of suspicious. Like, what? Who is that?
I did one day actually come out with the AR into my backyard because dogs started freaking out. This was before I had the dog door. There was somebody in the backyard. I came out with the AR, and the junction box for the cable TV that runs like 4 houses is in my backyard, and he had come into the backyard very early in the morning.
The cable guy?
My wife, well, the dog started freaking out. My wife comes by. She is butt naked, just got out of the shower, and she screams and says, "There's somebody in the backyard." So I come running out with an AR, and it was the cable guy. I'm like, you need to put a note.
Yeah, exactly.
Y'all don't come into my backyard without knocking on my door because you might get shot. And he was very apologetic. He was completely understanding of getting the gun pointed at him, but was very apologetic about seeing my naked wife.
That's funny.
2 times I had meetings. One time it was real late in the evening. It was like 3 or 4 in the morning in this same garage I'm at, and this guy all of a sudden it's like, hey you, and I'm like, and I have my Glock 22. I'm like, and then I was like, what the fuck? And then I was just about to go to like fully pass. I go to bed, and I was like, whatever. And I fucking charged a gun and put it around the chamber. I'm like, what the fuck you want? And he's like, I want to sell you this. I'm like, no. And the dog got pawn shop at 4 in the morning in my garage. No, but I was like, no. He's like lowering his hands. I'm like, keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. He's about approximately 25 feet away from me. I'm like, no, keep your hands up. I'm like, hey, get the fuck out of here, dude. And to all your buddies, you know, that this is what's coming to you. You fuck with me, try to size me up. Because that's what I thought he was. He's gonna roll me and try to, you know, get my shit or, you know, steal stuff from my garage or possibly my gun. And I was like, yeah, ain't gonna happen. The other time with some other dickhead neighbor who just got out of line with his brother and just getting a big old fight. And it turns out big mess.
The cable guy was very lucky because my usual kind of SOP for house intruder is I launch the dogs at them first to buy me cover. For some reason I didn't do it that morning, and he's lucky because my dogs are very, very gentle dogs unless I don't invite you in. You know, if I'm there and bring you in the house, dogs are like, rub my belly, I'm your best friend. And I've seen it. If you try and come in the house and I didn't invite you, it's not pretty. They're going to defend their home. So, you know, usually if I hear something go bump in the night in the backyard, I just open the door and let the dogs go and see what happens before I come around the corner.
My dog's really good at barking at thunderstorms.
Yeah, he's a little Dalmatian mix I have. He's like that too. But he's a big barker. But then when people start showing up and want to pet him, he's jumping on them and licking them. And I'm like, yeah, there you go. This is a little annoying little turd neighbor. It's like those kids like Dennis the Menace that you can't get rid of. It's like he goes up to me. I'm like, hey, can I pet your dog? No.
I love that movie.
Can you pet your dog? Can I pet your dog? No. I'm going to pet him anyway. I'm like, no, you're not. It's my dog. But what I want him to do is I want him to defend my house. I want him to be a little more exclusive to who he wants to talk to or play with. Okay, but you know, if you train him, it's like a 6-year-old's telling me this. If you train him, though, I'm like, really? If I train him, really big guy. That's what I got to do is train him. Yeah, all you got to do is train him, and he'll do whatever you want. Thank you. Why don't you fuck off now and go tell your parents and teach them life.
God, you sound like you're the freaking like neighborhood Scrooge.
No, it's like, fuck off. It's okay. I'm trying to be as polite as I can. I'm biting my tongue like, fuck off already. Hello.
It's like,
okay, the dog, I don't want the dog, you touching the dog. He's there. And I'm like, just fuck off already. Thank you. Bye. And tell your dad to come talk to me.
Oh my God.
Funny.
About a year ago, my wife and I, we've got, it's about 2 years ago actually, I've got my pet Weiler, and me and my wife are walking in the park, and all of a sudden this little like 3-year-old comes running at the dog, just running straight at him and locks him up in a bear hug. And his parents just look mortified because here's a pit bull Rottweiler mix. They're like, oh my God, it's going to kill my kid. And my dog's just like wagging his tail like, you're the best. You're like a small human. I love you. You know? But just funny. Charged right into his face and wrapped him up in a bear hug. And he's just like, hi.
The only dog I ever had that was full defensive and protective of the family was German Shepherd. And he was extremely, like when we'd be hanging out shooting the shit like you're at my house drinking beers, he'd follow you to take a piss. That's how bad he was. He doesn't watch you. He'd take a piss, and then he'd walk you back, like if you're walking back to like, you know, there we're hanging out, he would sit there and look at you and like, all right, I'm following you everywhere you go. He would say, hey, tell your dog to fuck off. I'm like, nah, that's what he does.
I wouldn't mind having a German Shepherd. really smart
They,
dog.
they take a lot of training. Back then when I was 18, I got him at 16, I believe, 17.
Yeah.
I had that kind of time to train him and spend
Right.
all the time with him where we had that bond. Like this dog, he's cool with me, but he's more my daughter's dog. He like when she's around, that's when he gets all jumpy and can't help himself and wants to just play with her all day.
Mhm.
But I'm the discipliner that can talk him into like behaving.
I think it'd be cool to have a husky too. They're kind of high maintenance, from what I've heard.
I see quite a bit of them. People walking their dogs. There's a couple huskies that go through this neighborhood.
Yeah, they're like a lot of they're working dogs. They need a job. Same thing with
Right.
a Australian. I had an Australian Shepherd. Australians, Rottweilers, pits to some extent. There's a whole class of dogs that you have to give them a job for them to be happy. Now, my dog's jobs are to lay on the couch and get belly rubs, but
that Shepherd I had. I mean, my parents had the whole compound was surrounded by 8-foot walls of concrete, but in the backyard, face the front yard, there was a steel gate, and I would just tell him here, and he like sit and stay here, and he would never leave. He'd cry and whine like this invisible line he couldn't cross, and he would sit there and cry and whine as he saw you. And it was until you told him like, all right, okay, come here, boy, you can come here now.
That's why one of our dogs is. He's real smart. Like once you teach him to stay out of somewhere, he knows. And every time I go in the house, he'll sit right because we taught him not to come into the garage unless we tell him to. And he'll stand right at the edge of the garage, waiting with his ears perked up, just looking at the door, waiting for you to come back out.
Yeah, that's pretty much that's the way a dog was too. He's like, he would sit there and cry. He could jump in the bed of a full size 4x4 pickup without you even having the
We just tell him
tailgate down. He'd just jump up.
We just let that tailgate down. And we say load, and they know what that means. They get in.
No, he didn't even tailgate down. He would jump up. He'd sit there and launch out the freaking the bumper and just jump into the back. Move right, boy. Move right. Bam.
He would jump over the tailgate.
He hit the bumper and just.
God, I'd be worried about him scratching my truck doing that.
He did, but like, whatever.
Let him do that.
Man, you open the car door and my dogs are just like, I'm in. Greatest thing ever.
It's funny how dogs know stuff like they know when you're what they're about to do and they get excited. Like one of the guys I shoot with, I was talking to him about hunting, and he says when he goes up to his friend's place in North Carolina to go hog hunting, the dogs, when they see him pull up, they'll be all happy and stuff. And if they see him pull hunting stuff out of his car, they'll sit on top of the four and they'll stick their chest out so that they can put the hog vest on them because they know like they're getting geared up to go hunting. They get excited and everything. They're like waiting, fired up.
Yeah, another Chihuahua, and he told me, you want to go outside? He starts doing a little dance. He's 10 years old, by human years, and 70, I guess, by dog years. And they do a little dance by the little circle thing. He's a prancer. He prances when he walks. Yeah, like he looks like it's sort of like a dog who just walks. He's a little soldier prance kind of motion that he does. And
my grandma's dog knows what the word hamburger means. He knows what a hamburger is. Because she'll buy him like a single cheeseburger from McDonald's. It's just like the meat and cheese, whatever, and she'll cut it up in little pieces and feed it to him like over the course of like a few days, as treats, whatever.
But my little roommate, my little roommate's Chihuahua. When he was married to his ex-wife, they would get Church's chicken, and they would buy legs and thighs and freeze it.
Mm-hmm.
A good amount, put in the freezer, and they put it in the microwave and defrost it for him. Cook it up for him to eat, and that's all the dog ate was Church's chicken.
Dang, it's not very healthy though.
No, it is.
I'm glad I was on mute. I just felt something on my neck, reached back and pulled back a spider, and I made a noise like a little girl.
There's a spider on your neck.
Big one.
I'm sure it was.
I get spiders on me all the time.
At least the size of a nickel.
Yeah, I get those all the time out here. Every time I feel a hair move, I think there's a spider on me, and it's only a spider about a fifth of the time.
Well, I don't even look. I'll just slap the back of my neck right there, and then it's like, oh, it's nothing. But I know that you.
Speaking about your grandmother feeding dog hamburger, just as an example of how people say stupid shit that they get used to saying without thinking first, we were at the vet one time, and a lady was bringing her dog in, and she was having him put down because he was 19 years old.
Dang.
And they were like, you know, I guess they don't want it to throw up all over the place if they put it down. So they're like, did he eat today? And she's like, yeah, he did. And they're like, what did he eat? She's like, well, I had eggs and bacon, so he had eggs and bacon.
Oh my God.
And because she's like, he always eats what I eat. And the nurse at the vet, or the vet at the veterinarian says to her, well, you know, you shouldn't feed him people food. That's not good for him.
He's 19 years old and he's dying today. Screw you.
Years old and you're putting him down. Why would you say that? It's stupid.
Yeah.
The night before I had to put down my Australian, he had a steak dinner.
Well, that was nice.
Oh, if you want with Chihuahua, man, it cost me, it was like 4 months ago, $1,000 to save his ass.
You told us about that.
Yeah, man, I was like, good lord. I'm like looking at him like, thinking like all the guns, like, you know.
I'd be like, if I happened to my dog, well, depends if I had invested in the dog and trained it and like.
Well, he's a little Chihuahua. He's not like my shepherd. My shepherd was a whole different story. I mean, that was me and him against the world.
Yeah, if that was something like that kind of dog, I would spend the money on it. But if I had like one of my just like a yard dog or whatever, I'd be like, I'd try to find somebody who either wanted to pay for it and keep him, or either I'd.
No, it's because when you have young kids, like I thought about my daughter and the way she loves, she was still crying and she's crying in the morning, and I was like, oh God. And then my wife said, no, that's it, just put him down. You can't afford $1,000. I'm like, it's my choice to make, it's my credit, so piss off. So I was like, I'll make that choice. And then I thought about it. The little guy has the spirit, and if we can get him back, I don't know. So I was already in there for like 4 something. I was like, well, I'm gonna hit it, and then I was like, you're gonna double up, hit 1,000 or like 960, whatever it was. I'm like, whatever, fuck it. And I was like, all right. So I brought him home, and then I told him I had a long talk with my daughter. Look, he's 10 years old. He's lived a good life as far as a dog. He's eating very well. So next time I can't do this again. Daddy's got $1,000 to blow, every so many months to save dogs.
What happened? Didn't he get hit by a car or something?
No, he just got sick. He's 10 years old. His glucose went down. He was dehydrated.
He got sick, and you had to pay $1,000 to get him not sick.
Yeah, to bring him back to basically revitalize him.
I guess it's from all the bills, like where they keep them and stuff overnight and everything.
No, it was like when he was there one night. And,
what?
But no, the bills I'm talking about is just for the services done, dude.
That's insane. That's
yeah, I took him to the night. But if I were to take him there, he probably wouldn't have lived. Or I'd take him to like Joe Schmo Animal Clinic. They probably would have been like, well, we're not. You're not gonna pay us, so we're not gonna, do it. And they were more like you got good credit, so we know you can.
About the most money I would spend on that. Most money I would spend on that dog would be about 25 cents. 20 cents.
My chow mix, I spent $6,000 on vet bills before I actually had to put her down. Came home one day and she was, came home one day and she was just paralyzed, basically kind of from the waist down.
For no reason at all, just from being old or whatever?
She wasn't that old. I mean, she was 9 years old, 10 years old. But, just came home and some furniture out by the dining room table was out of array, and she was, my other dog was freaking out, and, she couldn't move her back legs, and she was too heavy to be one of these tripod dogs running around with with a thing. She just couldn't handle it.
Mm-hmm.
We eventually had to put her down, but I spent $6,000 trying to get her well, and it wasn't money wasted. When you become when you take on a pet, you're responsible for them, and you do what you have to do for them. Money be damned.
within your ability. You know, if you don't got it, you don't
That's the
got it.
thing. I couldn't spend that much. I literally couldn't because I don't have that kind of money. So I
Well,
just,
the thing was, I mean, the thing that convinced me to spend the money was I was gonna go to my daughter. I mean, I love my kids, dude, and if they're gonna cry like the way like they're not crying because they're upset because mommy told them to clean the room, kind of shit. But like that stuff, that would have broken my heart. Coming home and like seeing her all upset and frustrated about the dog not being.
Oh.
And
Hell, when I had to put her down, I cried like a baby.
they almost made me cry between the bill and then thinking about him, his personality. I'm like, hey, he's still got something in him, you know. I'm gonna give him one more shot. And my wife was like, no, don't do it. We can't afford it. And I'm like, are you gonna pay it? And then shut the fuck up. You know, I'm gonna take care of this bill.
well, he's only 10. That's not. I mean, that's kind of old, but that's not real old.
70 years old, you know, in dog years.
Well, how long do Chihuahuas usually live? Like what, 13, 14?
Some can live up to like I've heard like up there like 15, 16 years old.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, he's not real old.
Yeah,
Hey,
my Australian Shepherd, he was 14 when we finally had to put him down. He just he got senile, and
Weird.
it was starting to become a problem. He was just, you know, he actually bit a kid, which, you know, was slightly justifiable, but it really shouldn't have happened. And then he was, you know, starting to piss and shit in the house, and he was like someone who had Alzheimer's. He had good days and bad days. Some days he was his regular self, and other days, and his hips were bad. You know, they went bad all of a sudden almost. And it was like this dog that was like the best dog for 13 years. Just he went senile, and it just finally the hardest thing was just having to make that call, knowing that he would have lived longer, but he wasn't happy anymore, except for on those few good days. The hardest thing was like the day before, and the day that we put him down, he was having a couple of good days.
How much does it cost to put a dog down?
Not that much.
$60.
Yeah.
Oh. So
of course, we had him cremated, and I have him in a box. His name was Jack, so he's a Jack in the Box now.
That's funny.
But you should drink him, eat him, you know, put him in the coffee pot.
We had an old coon dog that died. He actually just died from old age. And he didn't hunt anymore because he got so old. He was a walker, was his breed. He was like 14 or 15. And we had like a heat lamp in the back of his doghouse. It was like all sealed off and everything, and had a door on the front of it. Because, I mean, they stayed outside year round. But we had it all fixed up for him, and he lived a long time. And one day, my sister went out there to feed him, and she was only probably like 12 or 13. And she's like, he's not moving, and his eyes are open. I'm like, he's probably dead. And I was right, he was. Like, yeah, he's dead.
I mean, dude, when I got the call that my shepherd died, and I was in San Antonio, I moved. I think he died alone in this. We got a parvo initially, but and I remember, and my dad told me what happened. I was like, oh shit, oh my god. And then I remember I was a manager at the store, and I looked at my assistant manager. He's like, hey, what's going on, dude? You had to look at your dog just died. I was like, motherfucker, he did.
It's like, shut up.
He did. And I go, and I felt so bad because I let them alone over there with my dad. My dad wouldn't pay much attention to him. I was his only friend, and so, and he just basically died. I think it helped. It was a factor that he died of loneliness, because nobody was really playing with him anymore. When I was there, he was always hanging out with the buddies and doing stuff and going to the lake and doing all kinds of stuff. And I just couldn't take him when I left Laredo to go back to San Antonio.
Pretty sad.
And
I've had to put down a few goats, and that was still kind of, it's like, man, that sucks. But then you know that it's better than.
Are you Middle Eastern, dude? You're not that guy in freaking. What's that Sandler movie? You got my pet goat?
We have like 8 acres, and
did your goat fetch the soup?
Some of it's fenced in, and it's really hard to. You can't cut it with a tractor or anything, so we keep a couple goats in there to keep it 8 down.
Yeah. Did your goat sleep in your bed?
Did your goat fetch the soup?
No, our goats didn't even have names.
Well, see, the thing with goats, I had this one rancher that I used to go do some work for with stir equipment, and he had those European goats and big ass horns and fucking crazy crooked ass horns, and those motherfuckers would like you'd be in a lot of them, and they'd start fucking kicking you in the ass like with their horns, like bump, and you're like, get the fuck out of here! Who the fuck are you?
Man, you gotta put them in a headlock when they do that, or grab their horns or their ears and.
Yeah, but I was right next to him. That's his job, and I'm like, whatever. He's like, yeah, it's about time to get out of here. I'm like, all right, good for me.
Starts headbutting me. I'm gonna choke that bitch out.
Exactly, for real.
Target practice.
Yeah, you know, fainting goats.
I shot one of our goats we had, and I felt so bad. It was actually one of my goats. I was so disappointed. It was so sick that it was already the blowflies had already started putting maggots around its mouth, and it got like sick in like 2-3 days. It got something real bad, and so I went to kill it, whatever, and I shot it, and I missed. I don't know how I didn't hit its brain, but like I hit it in its jaw or something. It didn't kill it, and it just like started bang, like bah! It's like real loud. I was like, oh crap. I had to reload and shoot it again. It was really bad. It's like, dang.
She used a 50 cal.
I know. Well, next time I had to shoot a goat, I used my 22 again, but I used a pistol. And I emptied the whole magazine into it to make sure. I was like, I want this thing to die fast. I don't want to suffer. Because that's the worst thing is, you know, something they're suffering. And you're like, and it's, you know, your fault.
Yeah. Good Lord, I don't want to do that to a deer. I don't want to do it to an armadillo or a possum.
Yeah,
if I'm going to take something out, I'm going to take it out clean.
Sucks. Like, me and my dad, we bow hunting when I shot one. We had to choke it out or something. I was like, dang. Or we had to cut its throat or whatever. I mean, it's relatively quick, but it's still like, it's pretty brutal.
When I was a kid down South Texas, we used to, we used to actually run around there was a small airport where my dad kept us playing, and we had a problem with rabbits. You know, jackrabbits running out onto the runway and getting into props and just causing havoc. So we'd run around out there with me on the hood of an old, you know, me on the hood of a '79 Olds Toronado with a 20 gauge shotgun, blasting rabbits all over the airport. Yeah. And you know, you hit them, and I don't know if you've ever shot a rabbit, but they scream.
I shot one, but it died instantly.
Yeah. So you know,
I've heard this.
You hit the rabbit, and
then
then you come up, and you know, it's either take it out with a 22 or just what I took to doing was just give it a good stomp with the boot.
Yeah. I would like to do that with I would like to try rabbit meat. I've never had them. I went hunting with them once, and the guys we were hunting with, they were pretty serious about it. They had dogs and everything. And they just kept the one that I shot. I've never actually had rabbit meat before. I've always wanted to try them.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good. So, Ed, you hit it.
Just there's no fat at all to a rabbit. So if you go, like, you can totally grill rabbit, but definitely consider the bacon weave.
Yeah.
Or if you roast it or something, you know, you definitely need to add some fat to it.
Right. It's just so lean. They call it when you eat meat like that. Like if you're you can't survive on it because it'll kill you. It'll actually kill you if you eat it with no fat in it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if all you have to use rabbit,
what's that called again?
You get it's nothing but protein. They actually call it like rabbit starvation.
Yeah.
You know, you're full of protein, but nothing but protein.
Yeah.
And, you know, the human body can't live on protein alone.
That's crazy, isn't it? It's like that.
We require a complex diet.
Yes.
Now you put some rabbit on some pasta, and you know, with a little bit of greens on the side, and you've pretty much got a completely balanced meal. Just roast it up with some red wine, reduce it down, hit it with some shallots and some garlic. Oh man, that's good.
Make me hungry. I love wild game like that. It's like the best thing to eat. It's like the best part of hunting is, eating the meat. I love deer meat, deer jerky, wild turkey. Wild turkey is so much better than tame turkey. Like, it just you can, there's like actual taste to it. It doesn't just taste like meat.
I've never had wild turkey, except for the stuff that comes in a bottle.
It's good. My grandpa fixes. He's a big turkey hunter, so every year at Thanksgiving, he'll have one frozen from where he killed it in turkey season, and they'll cook a wild one and a tame one, and I always eat the wild one more. It's so much better.
Cool. All right. Well, it's 2:00 in the morning. I need to hit the sack because I have to be at work in the morning.
Yeah, same here. I got class tomorrow, so.
All right. Well, good night, gentlemen.
Yo, you hear me? Alright, how the fuck is it 2:30 in the morning? And ain't nobody here, young. What happened? What the fuck happened? I saw Pink Panther out there. Somebody tell me what happened. Pulling up tabs. Let's see who's out there.
What's going on?
What's up, man? Damn, you see I be rallying the troops? Keep it going. Rally. Puking a rally. Puking a rally.
You're all by yourself, had to.
Give me a minute, though. I'll be right back. I literally just walked in the house.
Definitely.
I swear to God, I would just walk in the house. Give me a second. Let me scratch my nuts.
So I see you did a name change there, Kisan.
Oh, yeah. Like it?
I actually didn't think it was that funny. I really didn't like your name change, Kisan.
No, you don't? Sorry.
Who the fuck was that? Dude, what'd you do? Your microphone's fucked up.
Oh, yeah. I'm not sure why.
I was like, there's a lot of...
Oh, because I had the chat going on the gun channels, and I forgot about it. I think it's just my mic's super sensitive, and it picks up through my headset.
So fill me in, because I was at a night of debauchery the last couple hours, so...
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to the chat.
Yeah, it was just
I watched like the first 20 minutes of Never Enough Ammo, and when I got home, I started playing on my phone, like while I was taking a piss, and I heard, I don't know, something about Bosnia or some shit.
It was political tonight.
Yeah. Hey, so did you see that Moon Food shot his AARP membership card?
Oh, his 98-year-old gun.
Did you know that when Moon Food goes to McDonald's, he pays 68 cents for a cup of coffee because he gets a senior citizen's discount?
That's his
flashes. No, but he flashes the 1911 and he's like, "Hey, senior citizens coffee." That's all you have to do. You have to show ID. You just flash your 1911 and you're like, "Hey, senior citizens coffee at McDonald's," and you're straight. Bet y'all ain't know that. You know, it'd be funny if that really worked. You could probably get the 1911 to pay for itself if you're somebody who drank coffee every day.
He shows up to a Jaeger class with his M1 carbine and his 1911.
Fuck, they didn't show up there with his Mosin. That's how cheap man was. His Mosin is like either like his Rock Island Army 1911. It's super cheap.
Moonfood.
Nah, Moonfood wouldn't do that. That'd be like Chris.
No, Chris already did a Jaeger class though.
No, but Good Guy got both of those guns. He got the Rock Island Armory, 1911, and 9mm.
9mm too.
And he got the Mosin, so he's straight. He's about to get off work. Why is he gonna come in here and yell at us for talking?
He's off. He's off.
I did like a single day, like kind of like an intermediate, like transitioning class. So it was like mostly your.
I saw that, bro. I don't know, but dog, you are such a bad one. Like, why are you out there making vines? You know what I'm saying? Like, you should be on YouTube, young.
Too much work. I still gotta do. I've been busy because I do have my regular whatever, my 9 to 6 job.
I'm too busy, dogs. I sit here and scratch my nuts and fucking edit a YouTube video.
I give you my videos and you edit for me. How about that?
Or no, I just lost a cigarette and it like fell somewhere on the sofa and they can't find it yet.
Say, what the hell's editing now? I don't edit.
I have my GoPro, so I have my GoPro footage. And then I gotta do that. And then I gotta do, like, you know, have my regular camera, so I have my regular HD camera. So I gotta do that on top of that. And I wanna make it nice for YouTube, you know?
Yeah, so has anybody seen where Bloomberg's little mommy group is going after another grocery store now?
No.
Yep. They're going after Kroger now.
Shit. No, I was saying shit about something else. So do you guys know what OfferUp is?
Is that what you do when you try to toss your ass out there? You offer up your ass?
Well, there's a gun safe like by my house on OfferUp. It's kind of like a app style Craigslist, you know, where like
kind of like you name your price.
Well, I guess it's kind of like that. So you can like message people. Well, they had this gun.
Keyshawn, are you down? Are you down with SB?
What?
I'm down with SB. SB. No, but go ahead. Like, do your thing.
So they had
how much?
They had this gun safe for $100, but apparently, like, I messaged her like the first night she posted, and then she messaged me back. And I asked her if she had any shells in it, and then I asked her for her phone number so I could call her up, and she never messaged me, and she took it off. But it was $100, and that would have been a good ammo safe or something like that.
I mean, she sold to somebody else, and you short.
Yeah.
That's part of the internet deal life, especially like when.
I know it is. That's one thing I hate. I was gonna say that's one thing I hate about like when people post stuff on like Arms List or like Craigslist or something like that, and they don't have numbers on there. I think it's like a stupid thing to do without. But I'm looking right now. I've been looking for another safe just to keep my ammo in, because I bought my ammo and my magazines, because my magazines are taking up like.
I would probably put my magazines in there before I put my ammo in the safe.
Yeah, whatever. I kind of don't want it because like for that it would have been $100 for that safe, and that's the same price as a freaking stack on. You know what I mean, like those.
Oh, hey Keyshawn, do you have Instagram?
I do have Instagram.
Alright, bet. I'm about to give you my giant right here.
I don't really use it though.
I don't either.
I pretty much just like G-Webs and Ralph's posts.
G-Web was like my shit today.
Oh yeah. He liked it one of my stuff. I was doing the Friday firearms, but I kind of ran out of guns.
Yeah, I got a pretty good idea from the Instagram picture.
I kind of hate how it's mostly just based on the phone, so like I can't really like.
Yeah, because I was sitting on my computer. I was like, okay, how do I use this for my computer? And I was like, damn, you literally have to do everything from your phone.
So I grab my phone now and gotta.
You know what I haven't figured out? How to edit on your phone to make a Vine. To turn like a minute of video into 15 to 9 seconds. I don't know how to do that.
What kind of phone do you have?
iPhone.
iPhone? I'm not sure, cause I know for sure like you could do it on like a Samsung, like the S4, S5 Note series.
That's not an AARP phone now, is it?
No. I have well, this one's like 2-3 years old. It's the HTC 3D, the
So let me
3D phone that when it first came out.
So let me ask you this, Keeson. How much actual footage, raw minute footage, do you have from the class that you have on video?
My GoPro went out, so I probably have like at least 30 to 40 minutes of that on my GoPro, and then probably about another like 40 or 45 minutes on my actual handheld.
I could make a nothing fancy video out of that joint.
Yeah.
I get you to like at least 22 minutes.
I can. I do. I just gotta. I have all these video when I go out on the range and stuff like that, but I just don't edit them. Too lazy. I'll do it right now though. I'll do it just for you, just for you, Marco.
Oh, so you guys want to hear something interesting?
Shoot.
All right. So I met a chick who is Salvadorian by heritage, first generation American, born in North Carolina, now lives in here in Maryland. Right? Asked me to take her to the range because I was her cousin's friend. She's like, "Oh, you're my cousin's friend who took her to the range." Blah 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 blah. I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Take me to the range. Take me to the range." I was like, "That." This girl got a Nicki Minaj butt. Seriously.
Oh man.
Yeah, she make it clap all day. Hallelujah. But yeah. So she's like, "Take me to the range. Take me to the range." I was like, "All right, whatever." And then like an hour went by. I was like, "So let me ask you a question." I was like, "You asked me to take you to the range, and obviously you seem really psyched and interested and giddy about going, right? So so I can't remember how I phrased it, but I basically said, would you include that into consideration of your vote? You know what I'm saying? Because think about it. If shit goes the wrong way, and you ask me now in like 5 years, I might not ever be able to take you to range. You know what I'm saying? So she was like, maybe it was like my 99th thing on my list. Literally, she said no without saying yeah, but at the end she kind of like, I don't know, squeezed out something. But it I don't know. So the real question is, should I really take her out to the range? Because obviously, I don't know. But and it was kind of interesting because like we had a conversation and like every point she threw out at me, I kind of like rebutted her, but she was still stuck on like mentally ill people shouldn't have it, blah, blah, blah. And like whatever plan she came out with, I gave her an idea of how she could think of how it would affect other people, and you can't deny those people either, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, it was weird. But I mean, so it sounded like a good conversation, but I don't know, because if I take her to the range, that's like $50 out of my pocket to give her ammo, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what sucks, taking someone new out. You always gotta buy the damn ammo.
But like this, I don't mind that because I really enjoy that. But now it's like, especially those that are giddy, I'm like, look, man, you just gotta include this in part of your. Just consider it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not telling you how much of a percentage it needs to be. You know what I'm saying? But
I feel like you should just take her and see how much she enjoys it. If she enjoys it a lot, she's going to talk about it more and more, and then she's going to be convincing people eventually.
She had a Nicki Minaj butt, so you could record her from behind.
Dogs, I could get a rack of gun bunny videos. I mean, like, totally just like
bunny hunter.
She's not that cute in the face. She's literally all she has is her butt. She kind of is like a butter. She's like a butter head, not even like a butter face.
But her upper body.
Medium. More on the medium side.
Let me get her Instagram.
She did add me on Instagram. Dogs, I just opened her Instagram today. And she put me on Instagram.
Did you see what I put on the side chat?
Nah. Hold fast. I'm moving. Let me get some water.
I have you. I just liked all your posts.
That was a pretty cool post, wasn't it?
That's pretty lit. I like that. I was looking at them because I went to the shooting class, and about like half the guys there, because we're in like kind of like a Washington State like forum group, a Facebook group, and that's how I met up with them, and they all had the Washington State flag as a patch. And I went to go look at it.
What does the Washington State look like? Let me find that.
It has George Washington in like a portrait of him, like a.
You know what really makes me mad? When you guys call yourselves Washingtonians.
Yeah.
Because honestly, we were Washingtonians before you guys were even a territory.
Yeah.
And that's what makes me mad for you guys calling yourselves Washingtonians.
People call, like up in Seattle, they call them Seattleites.
I feel you. And what are you, like a Tacomian?
A Tacomian. A Tahomian. I don't even care.
I'm a Wheatentonian.
I'm actually like a hick because I'm from like the actual the countryside.
You grew up on the mountaintop.
Mountain, yeah, the sticks.
You're a Sherpa.
Real Sherpa. But I say, yeah. I was looking at your, because I'm not gonna lie, you probably have one of the coolest flags in the whole union.
I like it, dogs. I have a pair of socks that got that joint. What you know about that joint? Whoa, it. Hold on.
Some guy had the.
Hold on.
You had it on your
back. I'll be back.
So you're gonna shoot that Glock match in a couple weeks?
Me? Yeah. I am going up to Bremerton.
Yeah, I think Daniel's gonna go too on Sunday. I think.
I say, yeah. Well, Daniel has a class on. Was it Thursday, Friday?
Yeah.
Saturday
too.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I told him, hey.
Well, he was talking to Stone Guy about it yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I kind of want to. Okay, so there's on my local whatever.
Timmy got in here. What's up?
There's a Glock 17L, and I kind of want to get it, but again.
Hey, the L's are everywhere right now.
I know.
Look how cool a fucking sock is.
I think you should get your. You know how you have that picture of that
the fucking sock. Look how cool it is.
Where's G Mango's been? He just got that lower. Remember that lower as his profile picture of the AR-15 with the.
Hey Chris, how's it going?
Maryland flag.
Chris.
I want to get a 17L, but again, you can't, like, if I do want to go shoot like IPSC or IP whatever.
Yeah, they don't work for it.
You can't use it. It's illegal, I guess. It's not regulation.
Well, here's my question: up there where you're seeing them, how much you seen them for?
This guy has it used for like $650, but you could probably hustle.
I think for $650.
Talking about a fucking L?
Yeah.
Dude, I bought mine for $480 plus the fees.
Yeah.
That's what I was about to say.
Well, if you don't have if you're not a GSSF member, then I guess you're fucked.
You can't go in the shop and be like, hey, I want a blue label Glock 17L. They can't.
No, you need to join. If you did it tomorrow, if you joined tomorrow and paid for a 2-year membership, which would be, I think, $60. Then you'd get your coupon right away. You'd get your coupon as soon as they.
Can you special order? Can you go into a shop and like, hey, I want a blue label?
Yeah. Well, no, you can call depending on where you live in America. If you don't have a GSSF like blue label guy in your area, you'll be able to order from another person. Like you can order from another GSSF blue label person.
And honestly, bro, like you'll find a GSSF joint within like an hour's drive, no problem.
Oh no, we probably have a lot of them here. We do, but I was just wondering if I could go to like a certain guy and be like, hey, I want the 17L, can I get that sent over?
Nah, but dude, this is like the ultimate in.
I told
what
you.
What else would you want on your bedstand, dude? What else would you really need as a nightstand gun?
Yeah, because you can't fit it anywhere else but a fucking drawer.
Because you can't carry this shit.
Dude, I'm gonna get that and I'm gonna freaking put an armor on it.
I want to get the TFOs like a senior citizen.
I like them joints. Don't call them
seniors. Dude, all the cool kids have it.
Man,
I got some free army targets. I have the M9 army targets.
That's like the cool shit that leaked out from the young crowd, and like the old people just got hip to it. You know, like
I got it because I watched Tennessee 9 Outdoors or whatever.
I wanted them joints ever since I saw them.
And
they're awesome.
Then I watched it. I wanted to get it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a sheep when it comes to buying stuff.
This is the
you know what I really do wish though, honestly, seriously, and I don't know why most companies don't do this. So think about it. Like when you buy a pair of sights, and if they ever do come separate, I want a pair of TFOs with green in the rear, red in the front, and if the red dies quicker, I don't give a shit because it's cheaper than 2 sights. The front sight cost me like $60.
Yeah,
I would pay $60 twice.
So I had
a mismatch set like that every 2 years, Or well,
you can do that. I think you can do that, depending on the brand. Certain brands have different.
I don't think that, for TFOs they don't have a red TFO. They have a yellow TFO or the red green TFOs.
I'd probably go yellow front. And
or not yellow. I think it's like amber. You know what I mean?
Well, amber's straight. Amber's more like red.
Ooh. I know. I just want to.
I'm trying to think if my Dan Wesson had amber rears and a green front, or I think that's what it was. Like a green front sight with yellow rear.
I would rather have a red front simply because if I do have to change the red more often because it dies out quicker, then why not make it the cheapest of the two sights?
Tritium dies out like at the same time.
Has a 12-year lifespan.
Yes, about 10.
Quicker than
I don't think it matters what color it is though.
I could have
I
sworn.
don't think it matters. It absolutely does. No, yeah. Tritium is a glow. Tritium is like nuclear like radioactive shit, and it's green. It's just whatever fucking color they put behind the.
When that color doesn't last as long then, or whatever. All I know is the color doesn't last.
I don't think they make it in different colors. I just think they have a different piece of glass.
They have over it, yeah. It's just
if tritium glows, then I guarantee you it's not green by itself. Think about it.
It is.
Okay, no, the tritium is green by itself. But the fiber optic around it is going to be different color.
Yeah, I don't think it would die any sooner.
So right here, let me show you right here. These are eBay ones, and then again the rear is yellow and the front is green, right here. That's from eBay.
All mine.
Hey man, I'm going to give my Kisan.
Was that?
Kisan. I'm telling you.
Kisan.
Is it Kisan? Okay, cool. You should know because it's your fucking name. But check it out. Just join it if you want to get one with a blue label and don't want to wait. You got to join for 2 years. You just got to pay for the 2-year membership right up front.
I'll upgrade my whatever.
And I can tell you this, and from my personal experience in the last few years, they just keep sending me fucking coupons, dude. I swear they don't they're only supposed to give you 1 coupon a year, but if you join for 2 years,
4 extra coupons out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, well I would say at least 2 in the last.
Maybe 3.
I was supposed to have 2 in the last 2 years, but I wound up with 4, for no reason. They just keep sending me we'd like to thank you, blah blah blah. We'd like to thank you for your membership, and it's got the same expiration date on my membership, so it's like they have no fucking clue what's going on. I don't know. But that's
it from your business account and your trust fund. That's why.
Up until 2011, they didn't give a shit about the coupon. All you needed to do was go to a Blue Label dealer, show them your membership card, and buy the fucking gun. And you could have done that every day of the week, all day long. Every year, all year.
If I was to get one, I'd probably want to get the G34 first.
No, you're an idiot.
I would. No. I think I agree with that, dude. I agree.
Get the G17L later.
No, I'll tell you this: the G17L is not going to be made for ever. They started making them in June, and they've stopped already.
The 17Ls are like Bakelite mags. You catch them in spurts.
I know.
So the next time they'll be out like this for retail will be probably a couple years.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
But right now, you can get them on Gunbroker. You don't need a fucking coupon. On Gunbroker, I see them for $5.99.
Yeah.
$600.
Well, the guy who has it on arms has 230 round mags and 100 rounds of ammo. You know what I mean? So it's not I'm not just getting just the gun itself, but.
Listen, I'll tell you why you're a fool for saying the 34. Because obviously the 34 is not a carry piece. It's a Ranger. It's It's I don't know, it's a fun gun, right?
I know.
Why would you never ever not get the 35 and just buy the barrel? I don't understand.
That's what I meant.
Doing I don't understand.
I've changed my mindset. I was gonna buy a Glock 27 instead of a Glock 26 because you could do that. But I'm just saying in general because I'd probably want to get one and just start shooting. You know what I mean?
Like this. There's
3-gun or something,
There's so many benefits to buying it in 40 and getting the spare barrel. It's ridiculous.
I know that. I understand that.
Check this
out. I
out.
said 34 just in general.
They started making these again in June. Before June, people that were shooting 3-gun were spending fucking $700-800 on these fuckers.
Yeah, they're like seven.
So what are we in? Fucking the end of August? So for the last 3 months, you were able to get an L at retail, basically between $600 and $650. Before that, there's a guy on Gunbroker who has his fucking, his auction going constantly. he was trying to sell his for $900, and I'm sure before June he probably would have got it from some asshole.
Mm-hmm.
But so the 17, that's right now. That's what you should get. Next year you get a 34 or a 35.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of wish they make it a Gen 4.
I don't think
it's not a Gen 4. Really? Are you kidding me?
It's all Gen 3s.
They don't make a lot of them, dude.
That'll probably be the last Gen 3 because remember DB said they're gonna stop making Gen 3s. He's been talking about that for like a year and
they're
a half
going
now.
to.
But you've been saying that for like a year and a half now. They're gonna come out with Gen 5 and Gen 3 will still be being made.
Dude, if it wasn't for that fucking fiasco that in the beginning, they would have stopped already.
I think so.
Yeah, I think that all the disaster of the Gen 4 intro.
But another thing is though, it's been enough time and it's been a good enough reputation where if they possibly could phase it out now.
No, absolutely
What?
not, dude.
You don't
People are
think
still
so?
having problems, dude. Still to this day, dude.
But one of the
it
big
might not
things-
be as much, but people still have issues.
One of the big things is that Gen 4 Glocks, you can't have them in California. You can't have the USA make Glocks either. And so we can only have Gen 3s. And California buys a shitload of Glocks.
And that's our most populated state.
And so they are going to keep making Gen 3 Glocks until we can't buy them anymore.
Well, because Glock doesn't want to give in, because every time we get a new model, they have to pay again. They got to pay what I've because Hosh.
Well, they can't.
No,
They can't get on it though. They don't have an external safety. They
no,
don't
but
have.
they can. There's a lot of rigmarole they got to go through. You got to like.
You got to get testing. You got to do all this stuff. Hoshnosh.
No,
Oh, I know.
You gotta convert it to like a single shot.
But it's not just that. First of all, the single shot thing, they just said no, you can't do that anymore. It's just a matter of time until it goes into effect.
Really?
They just went through that about like 3 weeks ago, and they voted on it and everything, and so it's proceeding. Like the governor signed it and everything, so it's going to be happening, I'm sure, and so that's going to be a no-go, and they can't put any new Glocks on there. There's no way. The only reason the Gen 3s are in there is because they're grandfathered in. The new ones can't because they don't have the safeties. They don't have the loaded indicator and all that kind of stuff. And so they won't test them because they don't meet the standards to even get tested.
Yeah, no, because again, and it costs money too. So for every model, doesn't matter if it's Gen 3 with a different color.
Yeah, every single color, every single caliber, no matter different lengths, everything.
Mhm.
They all get tested.
That's what happened. Apparently, what the major gun companies are saying no, we're not going to do this anymore to Californians.
Well, no, the reason they said no,
like,
the reason they said no is because of the micro stamping bullshit.
Yeah.
Because they're saying
Yeah.
all new guns.
I think there was a big out. Well, Ruger's like, no, we're not doing this because you know how they always have the tailored special edition ones.
They didn't say a lot until California said that they're no longer be able to be grandfathered in if they change anything whatsoever inside the gun. Like, let's say they make a spring at one company and this company goes out of business and they have to get a spring from a different company, then it will no longer be grandfathered in because it doesn't have the exact same parts.
Yep.
And so that's when everybody got pissed off and was like, frig it, like, we're not going to do it anymore.
No, when I was talking,
They're not going to be, what is it called? Blackmailed, pretty much. That's what they're pretty doing. That's why, I guess.
It sucks.
Interesting fact, I actually met up with Hosh Nazi, and like while we're walking through the NRA museum, I was talking to him, and because like we have very bad gun laws in both our states, and I asked him like, can you own an AAA revolver in your state? And he goes, yeah, and I go, well, I can't, and he goes, why? And I go, because we have a roster, just like you guys have a roster, right? And California has a roster or whatever, and the Gen 4s don't make the roster. While Maryland doesn't make the state pay for it as far as the testing, with a new there's certain features that a pistol must have, and one of them is a trigger guard, and for that the NAA is automatically out.
We actually have that here too.
Yeah, what state are you in?
California.
Oh yeah? No, well, Hostasi says he can get an NAA.
He might be able to get one used or a couple certain models, but we can't get that many of them. We can only get very few kinds.
we can only get the ones that are probably maybe already left in the state, and there probably weren't that many because
like we could probably get them. We could probably get them if they're like grandfathered in.
No, see, we don't have. I don't think we even have a grandfather for that.
You can buy them used from Gunbroker all day.
We can't buy them used unless they're on the roster.
I'd have to get like a pre-94.
Oh, because of the single shot, Jim.
Yeah, because they're getting rid of it right now. Like,
right.
They threw a big fucking fit about that shit, and the governor was like, "I'm not signing it." And then a couple months ago, he's like, "If you throw that back up, I'll sign it this time."
But you know what's funny is that one, like, if any pistol that goes on the roster has to go into like a 4-month incubation period, and if anyone protests that gun from going into the roster, like, I don't know, like, I guess if you get like 500 likes on it or whatever, you could stop that joint from getting on the roster. And that's why AK pistols and, I don't know, like model ARs, like you can build your own AR pistol, but you can't buy one already like pre-made from a shop ever.
You can't?
No.
Oh, that sucks.
Yep.
Yeah. You'd have to buy the lower and then buy each individual part, and you can even pay a gunsmith to put it together for you, because technically at that point you're building it. But yeah, like, you know, like, I don't know, like if Daniel Defense has a pistol, or Spikes Tactical has a pistol, or any pistol like already built, like that comes with an upper and a lower, you have to buy them separately.
We can't make AR pistols in California. Like if I buy any lower, it's automatically a rifle. They put it as a rifle.
But look, that like we had the same law from '94 until
80% lower AR-15.
That's yes, but actually, right now they're actually petitioning to change it so that for you to make your own AR-15 or something like that, you have to fill out paperwork to the government. The government has to issue you the number for your gun. They have to, yes, California, and then they have to send it back. Then they have to send approval back to you to be able to build that. Then they give you your number, and then you have to make it, and you have to take it to the sheriff's office and show it to them.
So why is there a massive amount of crimes being committed by 80% lowers?
Apparently.
Do you not see?
That's one of the things they're going for.
Did you not see the ghost gun video? Come on now.
I know, but I'm being sarcastic.
30 caliber rounds in half a second. That's what's happening over there.
Eclipsing.
And it was a SBR.
Over there.
So all the cranksters are getting 80% lowers, building their own ARs in their room, in their garages, and then committing a shitload of crimes to them. Okay, sure.
Well, some of them possibly were from Aries Armor is the thing, because here that's what this whole thing started from, though, is they were saying all these bad people that can't have guns are getting them from places like that, and then instead of them making them themselves, Aries Armory was like, pretty much, you know, here's a machine, just push the button, you're good to go, and it does all the work. And so that's why they started this whole fucking bullshit.
The raid.
Bullshit.
I mean, that's like a completely bullshit, man. It's fucking sucks.
Did you start buying parts for your Fake Me Out SBR?
Marco.
Who, me?
Yeah,
you.
Nah. I got some of the money already here, and I don't want to buy it until I have all the money. Like, I'm going to do it, like, I'm going to order every single part within, like, 48 hours.
You just want to buy one big old order.
Just do it all at once. I don't know.
There's a couple people.
Like, you know, there's no going back. Like, once you have it, you have it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, damn, I could have spent that. Now let me sell this because I found this. You know, fuck it. It's all done.
What's your budget again?
What I have projected now is like, all right, so originally came out to like 1,300.
Yeah.
My barrel projection is down like $140, so that, I don't know,
That's
like
good.
11.5.
You're just still getting screwed on the freaking upper, the freaking left-handed
Yeah, the upper and the bulk carrier shit fucks me.
Yeah.
It's like an extra, like, I don't know. And then I got about a $30 ambidextrous, I don't know, some shit. That shit blows.
I like right-handed rifles, and I shoot left-handed all the time.
And really, I can't stand the poof of gas.
It's never bothered me.
Bolt action? You mean bolt action?
No, I'm talking about like in an AR. I don't know if you shoot it left-handed, like because the ejection port is like right there in your fucking face. It's like the gun just farts in my face of like gunpowder every
I know that.
time.
I know that feels. When I was in the army, it's that way. The thing is, there was if you still there is a way that you can force the brass to go either low or directly outward. There's like ways to do that. There was one that I used to have when I was in the army, but it clips onto the into the carry handle, and it basically it deflects brass downward. So if it shoots out, it doesn't go back towards your face. It goes downward. It makes it easier to collect brass.
I'm not talking about brass. I'm talking about the actual
gas
like
pressure.
Yeah, I mean just like because think about all the gas that's coming through the fucking I don't know, gas tube basically. It's shitting right there in the fucking upper receiver, and like I catch like a waft or like a fart of it every time like the bolt cycles. It shit blows.
Are you sure that Are you sure that that's what's happening, or is it coming out of where the charging handle is? Because sometimes there's a little gap right there, and it'll push back in your face, and that's might be what you're getting.
No.
Doesn't bother me.
It bothers
Yeah,
me.
I've never had a problem at all.
It bothers me.
I understand.
And if I'm gonna invest like $800 in a rifle, I'd rather just spend an extra $200 and get it the way I want it. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you, man. If that's what you want, get it. I think it's a cool idea. I might get one of these days, but just haven't yet. The left-handed version.
Each his own.
Yep.
My cousin got a Model 8. I shot a Stag. I think his is left-handed too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Stag and
A Model 8, which is a piston joint. That shit's heavy. He's an NC Star type of guy. He's like, look at my green laser that I have on here. I'm like, oh, I can't say anything about you.
Doesn't Rock River make a left-handed gun too?
They do, but you know what's funny is that me as a left-handed, I like the ping pong paddle joint where it's supposed to be, and Stag keeps it that way. And while Rock River makes the ejection port on that side, they move the bolt release ping pong paddle joint on the other side, which is stupid.
So it's vice versa.
Yeah, so it's win-lose when Stag is all win.
I guess. I see it now.
I'm reading this thing on the Facebook Mom Demand Action. Where's people on our side, or are those getting deleted?
Well, those are on the Moms Demand Action Facebook site, so you know damn well they're going to be deleted.
So then there's no discussion then. Then if you're not going to talk, we're not going to talk.
Right.
So, and I'm seeing a lot of people here saying like, like, what if all of a sudden that guy says, I'm not paying, and then like, seriously? I mean, good God, that's one of the biggest things that pisses me off about anti-gunners. It's like, anytime we can snap. I was like, what the fuck?
I know.
An unarmed person can snap at any time and do as much damage.
Yeah, the thing is someone with a car, a butcher knife, a baseball bat can do just as much damage.
Well, did you not see that one guy? That guy that was hitting people in Walmart? That video?
Mm-mm.
There was a video on Worldstar and stuff where a guy was just going up to people in Walmart and just smacking them across the back of the head. And the reason why, and they asked him why, he's like, oh, I saw it in a movie. He was like 27 or something, and he was mentally disordered.
Oh, there's one. Oh, there's one guy.
They don't sell left-handed uppers separately for Rock River. I don't see it.
Really? That's
Yeah,
interesting.
I'm looking at it right now for upper receiver parts.
I bet you if you call them and order directly from them,
Yeah,
they probably ship you a joint.
Yeah, they have the AK one, which is pretty. Some guy at my
But you know what's funny? Like the AK doesn't do that shit to me. I don't get the proof of gas out of the AK.
Yeah, some guy in my course ran I forget what it's called, but he had an AR-15 lower that had a AK a 7.62x39 upper, and he was using like those weird elongated magazines that are like kind of straight at the top, and then the bottom it curves out, so it still fits into a standard AR-15 lower. And yeah.
Most of the gas stays up in the front of the AK by the bore, you know.
Yeah, because it's a piston driven.
The thing is, it seems like it'd be hard to find the magazines to fit it.
Oh, the guy found it easily. I guess. I asked him about it. I'm looking at the LRA large 47.
If anyone here wants a Spike Tactical lower, pistol lower, I know where to get them. $249.
That's dope too, right?
It's already, it's complete lower.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a pistol lower.
Let me guess.
They're hard to find.
Let me guess. Slick guns?
No. They're pretty hard to find. It's runner. They're out of Texas, but they got them.
Yeah, Chris. So far, right now, that Kroger's is telling them to stick it. So.
Strike.
If the state allows for open carry, then that's the policy of the Kroger store.
That's how it should be.
Yeah.
Apparently, if you're a concealed carry holder, Safeway don't like you in there, and I don't shop at Safeway anymore either.
Yeah, Kroger's is for like,
get out of here.
Kroger's is for low
when I
class
got
people.
my permit, that's what they told me right off the bat. Like the sheriff's department were like, you can't go into any Safeways at all. Like, okay.
Kroger's is for low class people, dude. Straight up.
We don't have any of those around where I live.
Yeah, for us, we don't have.
You guys have Fred Meyer's.
Yeah, for Myers.
Yeah,
that's a Kroger.
It's
That's a Kroger company.
I know, and then we have QVC or QFC.
Yeah, that one too. That's Kroger.
That one's based off of Kroger too.
Publix is like going to a fucking Whole Foods.
Who's a pup?
Huh?
Dude, wherever there's a fucking Kroger's, there's usually a Publix.
That's only down south, Sunbelt.
A Publix is from like Florida all the way up to Virginia. Well, actually, no, my bad. Tennessee, I think, actually.
So do you guys have like CVS's, Rite Aid?
We got CVS, Walgreens up top. Like we had Dwayne Reed and shit. You got Dwayne Reed?
No.
A&P,
are everywhere.
Grand Union.
A&P,
I don't know. Grand Union
the only time I ever seen an A&P was when I was at Myrtle Beach.
Right.
So like for us, we have Rite Aid. We have Rite Aid, Walgreens, and then CVS. A new one just opened up. Because I do work in the pharmacy business. A new one just opened up in Seattle, and there's another one that's opening up in the peninsula. We have Rite Aid. Not Rite Aid. We have AMPM, whatever. We do have like Shell. We just got like a Jackson.
Shell's the gas station. What the fuck?
Well, I'm talking about like convenience store or whatever.
You get your prescriptions from a gas station.
I do. My drug dealer's there.
Around the corner.
The shit here, the down south is really CVS, man. They're the high class shit. Like CVS is the shit. Walgreens is like where old people go.
CVS always has good prices on alcohol.
I work in the whatever, so CVS is like they're legitly like focused on your like whatever because like apparently what is it about like 3-4 months ago they said that they're no longer going to sell cigarettes for the betterment of their client.
Their brand.
So yep, they're like, how are we going to promote being healthy and whatever while we sell cigarettes? So we're no longer going to sell cigarettes. So again, a lot of pharmacy company chains are trying to move into that direction.
Fuck that.
I'm just letting you know.
I was like, please, I don't mind like if they don't sell cigarettes, but they gotta sell roll-ups.
Roll-ups? Fruit roll-ups?
No.
What are you gonna get? Some White Owl grape?
Nah, but I'm just saying, people.
Some Phillies?
Grape Rillos. I think they're called Grape Rillos.
The grape Phillies are pretty good.
Those are horrible.
He uses it for something else.
What?
I smoke them backs, bro. Give me a pack of backs, man.
Backwood.
Dude, I smoke
honey.
You got a pack of woods?
I'll get a pack
I don't like
of
that
wood.
stuff, dude. That stuff is. For me, I always ask when I go to like the gas station or whatever. I always get the Tampa. So it's the Swishers, but they're called the Tampa Sweets. They're the big old fat cigars, and no one knows when I ask for it. When I ask for it, no one knows what they are. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
No.
No. What are you talking
Swisher
about?
what?
Swishers. They're Swisher Tampa Sweets.
Oh yeah, I know what those are.
They're the
I've
big
seen them.
fat ones. They're about the size of
That's
your
nasty.
thumb. They're good. Are you kidding
The
me?
Sergio Vega, these come in glass
Dude,
containers.
come on, man.
Come on,
Are
son.
you really serious, bro?
I'm serious.
Get a Macanudo or something like cheap cigar.
I have one right here. I have what is it
Sergio
called?
Vega.
I have a what was it Gurkha? Gurkha Status right here.
Yeah, Gurkha's a real deal, bro. Those are hand rolled.
I don't know. I just have one right here. I just got it.
Listen to me. If you're smoking a fucking cigar that a machine rolled, you're a poor person. Like, straight up. Like, you're on welfare. So,
Dude, I am.
if you are going to roll up something else in your cigar, that's an entirely different story. You know, but most people don't smoke. When you go to a fucking place and they sell Dutch Masters and cigars and all that shit,
yeah,
no one's smoking that shit.
Yeah.
Like, they're taking the tobacco out and rolling other shit in it. That's usually how it is. But if you're going to come up like a cheap cigar, usually really $4 or $5 is the cheapest you're going to go.
Yeah. And you know what's funny? A good cigar is only like $20 away.
But I have smoked black and milds because I was stressed out. I was just mad stressed. Yeah, super stressed out. Let me get a black and mild, and I'll smoke that.
That's what my old doctor used to smoke.
Can you guys?
I don't inhale because I don't want to get all.
These are what I'm talking about. I smoke these.
Really?
You inhale those? No, right?
I smoke these.
You don't inhale those, right?
Sometimes.
You just puff on them?
I mostly puff on them, but sometimes I do. And they're. This is what I smoke.
No, dude, them Jones look stale as shit just looking at them.
And I have this Gurkha right here.
It's funny how this turned into cigar chat.
Dude, this is the
This turned into smokables.
better than talking about politics.
Hold on, let me get my cigar out.
Yeah, I like to. I wanted to come in here earlier, blame Bush, but couldn't.
I like H.W. Bush.
No, it was the Bush blame Bush hour.
Yeah,
Gas prices were the same under Bush.
425 was the highest. I'm like, I could have sworn when I was a kid or back whenever, whatever. Back
DC,
when
can you
gas
see that?
prices, it was $4.99. Like it was that high. So,
Oh yeah. Romeo.
Last week he's on.
Romeo Julietas.
That's a Dominican joint, though.
Romeo Julietas are awesome, dude.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
it's
about?
a Dominican joint.
The freaking Perfecto. These are okay. So they're Tampa's. They're Tampa Sweets and they're Perfectos and they're really good. I like them. I would
That's
smoke it
Tony
right now.
Block
if I could.
put out a letter.
Hey,
Block
Keyshawn,
put out a letter saying "fuck California."
Who?
You're lying.
Glock said there's going to be no California version Glocks going forward.
Yeah, for sure.
Good for them. Fuck California, dude.
Seriously.
I think that he is talking about micro-stamping, though. That was probably the last straw.
Micro-stamping shit's bullshit.
Yeah, there's cheap cigars out there, dude. But don't buy the machine roll. No, the only people who smoke machine rolled cigars for real are old poor people that are I don't know, they're crazy old, dude. 70s, 80s, man, and they're smoking Phillies I think it's a fucking cigar, man. It's not even a cigar.
Yeah, I have some wood tips in here too, but they're
gross.
They're so gross. I don't like them. Fucking Black and Miles wood tips.
Hey, you guys want to hear a funny story?
What?
What?
All right. So, best friends first started smoking pot. Whatever, he lived there around the corner from me, right? So like I'm walking with him or whatever, and like we're walking to the back of the school. We live right down the street from a school, and he pulls out this Black and Mild that he had wiggled all the fucking tobacco out, and he had packed it with weed because he didn't know how to roll. And that was the first, and that was his first J. That shit was hilarious. I laughed at him so hard that I still clown to this day.
Did it work?
Huh?
It works great.
It worked.
I mean, dude, I've done that. I was gonna say I've done that with cigarettes in overseas. Like you can dump all the tobacco out of a cigarette and just have an empty cigarette, with the filter and the paper attached.
Yeah.
And then you could put in like different type, like better tobacco and shit. Because I had stale cigarettes and shit. Like when I went overseas like a couple of years, I was gonna say a couple of years ago. Anyway, but it was just like every cigarette was disgusting over there, dude. Like just horribly disgusting. So you just buy could buy fucking tobacco and just just dump this shit out and put tobacco in it and be good.
I don't smoke cigarettes. I just smoke cigars.
I quit, but dude, I've been overseas where it's like smoking every cigarette pack you buy is disgusting.
It's because they're less potent, because they're like not as high quality. It's like you drinking like Coke your whole entire life, and then you drink the cheap, generic stuff.
Yeah.
Nah, but some of those joints be really good.
Yeah.
Like, we can find a local bottler at your 7-Eleven. Like around here, we got this shit called Rock Creek. That shit's on like flavor times 10.
I'm talking about generic, cheap generic, not like local items. Come on, son.
No, them local ones sometimes be just as cheap.
Yeah. I was in Amsterdam one time, and
My
I'm pretty sure
grandparents,
they
they
were
always
doing
go
shit
by my grandparents, they go by they go to the Indian reservation. They buy like the big old boxes of cartons of like the Carnival, the cheap stuff, because they can't smoke their Marlboros, so it's too strong for them.
Plus,
when I was overseas, I was getting Lucky Strikes, and they were disgusting, but they were the closest thing to
I smoked a Lucky Strike, and that shit was disgusting. And you know what's funny? Like, you can't even find Lucky Strikes here, and on the pack of Lucky Strikes it says America Cigarette. I was like, I ain't never seen that shit in my life till I went overseas.
My buddy smokes. Well, I guess I smoke sometimes with my buddies.
Well, it was America Cigarette.
I smoke. Was it America? He smokes American Spirits. He was always on that.
That shit was American Cigarette back in the fucking 50s and 40s, I guess. Shit, man. A mismatched chat. I watched some of it.
What chat was it going on? I don't. Asian.
Oh no, there was just a lobby.
It's just a lobby, okay.
Yeah. It was alright. But yeah, no subject, and even that tonight didn't really have a subject much.
Yeah.
Anyone watch that beheading video for real, or just watched photos of it?
You would have watched it for real.
I didn't watch it for real. I told somebody the last decapitation video I watched was Daniel Pearl. I think it was 2002 or some shit. And I don't want to watch this shit no more.
I watched the Saddam Hussein one.
Well, they just hung him. They didn't cut his head off.
Yeah.
The Daniel Pearl video I watched was a long time. It took a long time for them to cut his head off, and for
I'll tell you one thing. I watched the Saddam Hussein video a lot more to make sure that just to satisfy myself that it was him, more so than to see the actual hanging. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I want to make sure it was him that was dead.
Yeah, usually they have this rule, I think it's called the Rule of Kings or something, the King's Rule, where people like that are not usually killed. Leaders of countries are allowed to travel and go live somewhere else, like Napoleon and
No, I think he was
Idi Amin and shit. There were certain people that were horrible fuckers, and they let them leave the country. I think it was Baby Dr. Valier in Haiti. There was a whole bunch of them where they just let them leave.
Got pardoned.
Yeah, just go, just go. And he would have hit that category. Him and Gaddafi would have both been in that category of, all right, just leave. The guy in Syria right now, Assad or whatever his name is, Assad, he's another one. He should just leave. They'd let him go live in the fucking south of France or something.
Whatever.
Yeah, he's like a fucking king.
He's Al-Shawat.
Yeah, when they become some people when they become presidents, they don't want to leave.
Yeah. What happened to like the Marcos, like the Marcos family when they got did they leave or they just got fucking kicked out and arrested and they were in jail?
The what?
When I was a kid, everyone would talk about like Imelda Marcos and her husband.
Oh, they got we kicked them out. I mean, we
But they left, right? Like,
yeah, they left the
them.
Philippines and they left the Philippines, lived in Hawaii for a while till he died. And then she went back in, and then she came back to the Philippines, but she pretty much kept her away from having any significance. I think she ran for Congress once, but yeah, her credibility was already shot.
But they basically threw them. Did they throw them out by at the end of a gun, right? Like get out.
No. 1986. It was a combination. The thing is, the good thing about this is like it was started by half of the military force decided no, we're going to rebel. Then half the military forces say no, we're going to kick you. No, we're going to have to arrest you. And then the people said, no, we're not going to let you take these people. And then because there was so much public scrutiny because. There was so much, the eye in the public. They couldn't do anything. They can't just go massacre everybody. The United States was very good friends with in the Philippines, so it's not like some third world who doesn't like the United States and they can go, say fuck the UN, fuck the rest of the world. We're gonna kill these people and do what I want. No, we couldn't because we were like under a lot of scrutiny. So Ferdinand Marcos couldn't do anything. They couldn't kill anybody. So the rebel, the rebel faction of the army was able to take over, was able to pretty much push them out and and gather more support. They first of all, we took over all the TV and radio channels, so that we couldn't, only the rebels have coverage, and then we pretty much just the United States says, you know what, just get out of there. Your people don't want you anymore. So they retreated with a shitload of money. But
yeah, that's usually what happens. Like they tell the person, the dictator, the scumbag, whatever you want to call him, you can go, take your money and leave, and that's usually what happens. You don't usually fucking kill them like Gaddafi or whatever.
No, they left, and they were protected by the United States, but only because they wanted to keep things civil and not have to bloody the guy to kill the guy. But but he left, and then the new president took power and. Things were still shitty, but we got rid of him at least. I mean, it wasn't really that, what I call this, things didn't really improve that much, but at least we can have, elections every now and then instead of having just one guy say, I am going to be president until I'm dead. Which wasn't that long. But if it was just the people who did that and the army was all under his command, then we'd have problems. We're lucky that as actually the half the military actually decided was the one who started.
Yeah, right. Like usually the military is the they're
usually
the ones who regulate.
Yeah. But it was the military, have some generals or two generals actually was the ones like getting sick and tired of it all and say, I'm sick and tired of that guy, this dictator. We need to get rid of him.
Look at Egypt, like they elected somebody after they kicked the other guy out after the revolution, and then that guy started acting crazy, and the military was like, all right, we'll get rid of him too. Like, whatever, the people didn't want him there. It's like that'd be awesome in America.
See, the thing is, if half the military, just like in the case of Egypt, the Philippines, if a good part of the military is in the people's side, the people's gonna win, hands down.
Yep. Yeah, that's what's awesome.
That's why, the thing is, if they start to fuck it up around here, I tell right now, more than half of the military won't follow, any stupid government decisions. Like, all right, let's take away their guns.
Or anything like if people couldn't, we're going to suspend elections for the next 2 years, blah, blah, blah. Like, people start bugging out, going out in the streets, then military, they're going to tell the military to go out there and fight people in the street. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, and then I don't know. It's like, is Bloomberg rich enough to hire African mercenaries? All of a sudden, all these ships come in saying, Bloomberg has hired 1 million African mercenaries to take away America's guns.
I'm sure. He's got to have at least almost $1 billion. He might have more than $1 billion.
Of course,
he might have several. He might have a couple billion. I forgot. Yeah, he's super rich.
It's more than one. I know that.
Dude, no, Bloomberg got a couple billion. Billion.
He's the man. Yeah.
He's like 10 or whatever, like in the tens of billion, I think.
Yeah. Right. So for a small army, it would only cost like half a billion, maybe. Not even.
Why wouldn't it cost that? No.
34 billion.
Couple million.
Bloomberg could hire anything in Africa.
Where did he get his money from?
Well, he was in the stock market business, but I think what he really created his money from was the Bloomberg, like the ticker tape stuff, like all the when you watch like CNBC and all the stock information's on the bottom and it's scrolling, and it's like real-time stock information. He invented some sort of like new improved ticker tape. Like back in the day, if you watch like Trading Places with fucking Eddie Murphy and Dan Aykroyd and shit, they used to have these like machines that would spit out paper and like it would show you what's going on the stock market.
Yeah.
So Bloomberg, like I think he improved it and like made it even better, and was just doing that shit. Then he started like financial news services and stuff. That's basically how he made his money. I don't think he made his money from like investing in different businesses until later on, but he's an innovator, that's for sure.
Was he like your godfather?
Well, no, yeah, he's actually my great uncle. I don't know what the fuck. No, but yeah, Bloomberg businesses, like even conservative Republican. Well, he actually ran as a Republican. Whatever, but like no matter where you are politically, people usually trust Bloomberg for business news because it's so like impartial and shit. It's just
on TV channel.
Yeah. People who watch that might be super pro-gun, super Republican, super conservative, but you trust Bloomberg like financial news, like it's the standard.
So you're basically you're like giving trusting the guy who's going against your interests.
Yeah, I mean you'll trust him on stock shit. You know what I mean, like stock market tips and trends and all that stuff. Whatever's going on in the market, but you wouldn't trust him on political stuff. I mean, these guys like he really was. I was there when he was mayor, and he just inherited a fucking good situation. The city was improving, crime was down, the economy was good.
Yep.
He rode the wave.
He has $33 billion.
33 billion?
Yep.
Are you kidding?
Told you.
He's the 13th richest man alive.
Holy shit.
Only at 33?
13th.
Damn, bro.
Richest person alive. Excuse me, for the females out there who are rich.
So pretty much, yeah, he can definitely afford African mercenaries to.
Apparently he's a philanthropist, and he already donated. Was it $2.4 billion?
Holy shit!
Last year he spent what was it? It said that like $53 billion against or $53 million in advertisement against guns, I guess.
So if he spent $53 million last year, I guess $50 million ain't that much this year.
Yeah, but think about it. That's not even the interest on his money.
It's not.
Yeah.
And at that, he gets to write that off.
And well, the thing is I was just gonna say all that donation stuff you're talking about. That's what that is.
Yeah.
It's all tax
Right on.
write-off. Yeah.
And that's a lot of stuff that he's declared. He's probably worth more than that.
Yeah, like honestly, like if you include his children and like just like I don't know, I guess his family over that. I mean, like kids would have made that money without his money.
Yep.
So pretty yeah. So anyway, anybody getting your guns lately?
Don't know what to
buy. In about a month.
Yeah, so anyway, I was telling you like the single shot bullshit they're trying to get rid of right now, like it's in the final days kind of thing. The gun store in town does have a couple, like $2,000 for an air pistol. Air pistol.
Air pistol, nice.
Yep.
My
I don't know if it's worth it.
I found another gun shop in my.
Well, you one right now for $19.99 right now.
I can't do it anyways.
I don't. What do you call this? I found another gun shop near my in my area. They are selling a. It's kind of funny, but I thought about this. I don't want to buy a PS90, but I thought that'd be cool if I went to a rifle class with a PS90. I can't combat reload that shit. That ammo would be a bitch, though. It's $1 a round.
5.7 joint?
Yeah, the 5.7 one. Yeah.
That shit's over $1 a round. That shit's like $1.20.
Yeah, I know.
Especially if you buy like a little bit at a time.
Yeah, we've got a gun show this weekend. I'm gonna go see what they've got.
I don't got one till the end. Like my big one comes back end of May.
There's a guy that comes into my work and delivers chemicals, and he's into 5.7. And he went to Reno. I'm sure he got a bunch of ammo.
So what? End of September.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what they got as far as AKs. See if they've got any.
I've seen people fucking reload those things crazy quick. Yes, those F5.7 ones.
The P90. My buddy has one. My buddy's dad have one.
Those are actually pretty good to reload because you're just coming over the top and just slamming in there.
Yeah, but the combat reloads, like in Jaeger's class, you have to grab the ammo, the mag. Usually it's you have to have the other mag ready to load. Yeah, so you have to with an AR, you just let it drop and then slap the ammo in, and then with an AK, of course, you use the mag to release the other mag. But with the PS90, it's hard to do that.
Well, you could if you were doing motion, you could grab the mag, take it out, and then grab your other mag and then put it back in, like starting from there. Compared to you grabbing your mag and trying to grab the other one and tossing it. You just toss the mag first, then grab it with your other arm. Grab it with the empty. After you empty your arm, grab the one from your whatever.
Yeah, but he wants it to where you have the mag ready in your hand. That's how it is. Like at DB, when you were
pistol, yeah, in the pistol class, that's how it was.
Yeah, you have the mag ready, hit the release to eject the other mag, and then slam the mag ready. So that's his philosophy. That's what's his Jaeger's philosophy. Have the mag in the other hand and release the other mag.
Yeah, I guess in combat it makes sense because if your mag, like say you have 2 or 3 rounds left in your mag, right? And you're gonna eject that out. Why would you eject that out until your hand was on a fucking mag that had bullets in it? I'm like, because
that gun doesn't do that. Okay, so I totally understand you blaming the gun, but at that point, if that's the gun you show up for class, you still have to get taught with that gun. So something has to be done about that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, they would forgive the PS90 shit, dude. That would be some insane shit. And people actually use that in service. Like I think the Secret Service uses it. Some other people use it.
There's a lot of police.
If I was to get PS90, I would totally SBR it.
But you also gotta remember that you're gonna have 50 rounds. So in a firefight, that's a lot of fucking rounds in this shit.
Yeah, but for like whatever.
I know that, right?
If that mag is emptying your gun, that's nothing but dead weight. So might as well, it's a paperweight. So at that point in time when you run out of ammo, I would just grab that mag and toss it.
I would too, but it'll take you a lot longer to run out of ammo.
No, I know, but it's not about that. Yeah, if it was just practical stuff, I wouldn't reload my mag until I'm out. But his class does practices combat reloads. So after like 5-6 shots, you can combat reload.
You can still combat reload it.
You could top off, I guess. I mean, you'd have to see cover and shit.
Yeah. So he's gonna.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why those guns suck, dude. Because a short-barreled AR or a regular AR or a regular AK or a crank or something is just so much better to operate. That's one of the downfalls on that gun is the mag change.
But that's the reason why you're going into training, because it's called you're learning tactics on that gun.
I know though. No. I'm just curious. Like, how would you adjust yourself?
Tactical reload means the tactic of you using that gun.
Because what if you're that's the only gun that you like? Say you are in the battlefield, that's the gun you come across, and that's the only with a bunch of mags, and that's the gun you have. That's the only gun you have. You have to learn how to use it.
That's why you
turn you down. Like, oh no, don't come take my class.
That's why you're going to training. He's not gonna. I bet you if you go to show up right now, or you call him up and be like, hey, Jaeger, I'm gonna try to do this with a P90. He's not gonna say no. He's just,
Oh yeah, exactly. I'm just curious. No, I'm not saying. I'm just curious how you can do it. That's all.
He might laugh.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how the mag comes out on the top. That top loading mag, I'm not sure how it works, but there could be a way where you could grab your spare mag, bring it up on the top of the rifle, and then hit the button on the and then get that one off and use one hand to do it, and then pop the new one in. So I don't know exactly how that rifle works, but I'm sure they would forgive me. You might be able to turn that rifle upside down or something and have that shit just fall off. I don't know.
Your sound is weird.
Oh, my bad.
Okay.
It's horrible, Mike. Horrible headset I got. I'm gonna watch videos of that shit tonight, though. A 5.7 rifle mag change.
I just linked them right there.
I'll be back.
Yeah, we'll go see if they've got any good prices on some AKs there at the gun show. Kind of saving up for one of them, or
what's your budget?
I don't know. It all depends on what my check is this week.
Good answer.
I mean, hell, I've been doing nothing but working the past three weeks. So
you deserve it.
Yeah. Yeah, that. I was talking with DB in the chat earlier, where I had that G19 that I had picked up, and I was going to go ahead and turn around and flip it and sell it, but hell, my daughter wants it now. So,
oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was like, well, shit. Like, that might be a good gun for her.
Yeah, and you can always get another G19 later.
Oh, yeah.
How old's your daughter?
22. She's going to be 23.
She's single?
Oh, that's fucked up. I saw that one coming.
I'm just kidding.
I don't think you can afford her, Keeson.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
She's got champagne taste on a beer budget.
Oh, no worries. I'm still a bachelor. I think I'll probably. She probably can't afford me.
Yeah, she's got one more quarter in school, and then she'll be going to grad school.
Oh, yeah.
I got my grad school orientation tomorrow, on Friday.
So it looks like, for that P90, it looks like it kind of pops up, doesn't it? Let's see.
They sell an AR-15 upper for it, too. It's the same kind of thing.
I've seen that. Who the fuck is busting off in the background?
Get the video.
That's what I mean.
What the hell happened to DB? I guess we can talk shit about him now.
He probably dropped out to watch that video.
It was a hell of a deal on that Glock, that 17L that he got.
Fuck yeah.
If I was to get a 17 now, I'd probably cut out the slide and put an RMR on it.
Would you really cut out the slide? I can think about the slides are already cut in the front. I would want to cut them more.
like dovetail it on the back end.
I feel you, but I mean, I think at that point, too much of the slide would be cut out, and the structural integrity would be compromised.
No, I
they
think
do it all
about
the
that
time.
too.
They do it all the time with G19s and stuff like that.
Yeah.
In the front and the rear?
No, just it doesn't matter.
But it's the same thickness.
Same side on the back.
Yeah.
It wouldn't
But then
deteriorate.
at that point, you have so little on the top overall, is what I'm saying, that I think its overall structural integrity would change dramatically.
No, I don't think so. No, not dramatically at all.
Because you're just taking your rear side out and making that slide bigger. I mean, making the hole bigger.
On something that is already cut out in the front.
Yeah, because that space. You don't. Do you actually use that front end space? No, you
I
don't.
don't use that front end space, but what I'm talking to you about is structural integrity.
I
It's
don't
not about what you actually use.
I don't think the structural integrity would deteriorate after you cut it out. Both the front and the rear. That's like saying like if people how those people go get their guns like serrated, those Glocks up front serrated. That's like you having serrations in the back and the front. Does it ruin the structural integrity of that?
But serrations is a lot less than an entire piece. Well,
It's not the whole piece though. When you dovetail it out, you don't take out.
You're only widening the slot.
You're only milling a little bit like a serration of the slide for a sight to go on there.
I smell you.
It's not like you're taking like a whole it's not like you're drilling tapping it and then cutting it all out. Who's screaming in the back?
Sorry, that's somebody's playing video game. Give me a second.
I don't know. I thought it'd be cool to do that and then get a nice little red dot just for range toy fun.
For the longest time ever, my local it's called Sportco, so it's kind of like a warehouse.
Sorry, my brother's playing GTA 5. So.
Oh no worries. I was just curious, but they had the RMR for like $3.99 on sale.
If I can find an OPAP next year, I'll get an OPAP. But if not, I'll just get an NPAP.
Right now they have OPAPs for like $5.79. I think DB was linking the.
Yeah. I don't plan on getting another long gun anytime soon.
I want to buy something tomorrow, but I don't know what. Or Friday, I'm gonna go shopping for one.
What are you looking for?
Oh no, I see about an AK, but they don't really sell them around here. And if I don't see something good in town, then Friday night I'm gonna buy one online. I got $1,000.
I also wouldn't mind having one of these.
F10 S's.
Yeah, the long slide.
Striker Fire ones.
Man, what gets me is when they brought them out at the SHOT Show, 2013? They had the safety on them, and now they don't sell them with it, since they're considered competition gun.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I know they were dropping the price on the, was it the FNX, I believe?
How long is the barrel on that thing?
I think it's 5 inches, isn't it?
And the Glock's 5 1/4.
Yeah. 5 inches.
5 inches.
17 plus 1.
Oh yeah. I finally got that proper scope rail or like a rail for my PAP pistol. from CNC Warrior. That's the one that's fitted.
You have it on there?
Yeah. I'm waiting for the glue to dry. So.
You just use glue to put it on there?
Yeah. I used what do you call this? JB Weld.
Yeah, it says in the instructions that you gotta use that.
No, they have this. They have an option for JB Weld. Yeah, in the website.
Oh, okay.
You can tap it. I have the drill and tap set. So if I decided to just take the JB Weld off and put that on, I could if I want to. But I just don't want to drill and tap it right now.
Did you strap it down?
No, it's fitted. So it's actually goes over the rib. So it won't move.
Okay, cool. Yeah, didn't want you to have the same thing that happened last time.
The last time, the thing just went on it, so it kind of twisted to the left and right. But this time, it's actually there's a groove on it that goes on top of that rib on the top with the
cover.
The cover goes on top of the cover, so it won't move left to right, side to side. It'll just fit right there. Cool. So I use that. I'm just gonna wait for tomorrow for that to go through, and I'll put my scope on there again, so I can have it properly again.
Cool.
And I'm thinking about, since I'm gonna be saving up some money here pretty soon, and I do have the, as time goes by, more likely maybe next year, I'll go ahead and what do you call this? So maybe when I get a tax refund, I'll I'll SPR the thing.
Yeah, I've got so many projects I've got to finish.
Yeah. I'm still thinking about reloading 30 specials with that thing, with that tool. Did I tell you guys about that? I know some of you guys were here.
I saw it in the chat.
I saw it.
Yeah. It's about I want to make a video of like testing out my reloads.
Have you tried like yard sales and stuff like that?
For what?
For like reloading equipment and stuff like that.
I could. I mean, I think I'm gonna go to a gun show here in October. I'm gonna go to a gun show. So right now, I'll go to that. But I need. I got a lot of. I have a lot of casings. I just need that lead loader. I need powder, and I need bullets. So.
Yeah, because you might find a yard sale where, a widow might be getting rid of her husband's stuff like that and don't even know what it is.
Oh yeah, I know. I know where I can probably get, like, on eBay where I can get them cheap. So.
Right.
Like $150 for a whole kit. But it's more like, the thing is, I could get a kit, but I also need room. I don't have a table I can mount I don't have yet a table I can mount a freaking press on.
Yeah, go build one. There's like so many videos on YouTube where you can build like a really nice like workbench. You just gotta get some like.
Yeah, I know. I need room for it. I need room in the house for it. Yeah, I just I need room for the house for it. I have my garage is full of junk right now, so. I'm watching Jerry make collection the PS90, and even he's not fast reloading that thing. It's like there's no real fast way to load it, really.
I was gonna say, doesn't the bullet load sideways, and then when it gets down in the chamber, it spins?
Turns, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's no real fast. Yeah, there's no real fast way of loading that thing.
That's why they got it 50 rounds. You don't have to reload as many times.
It's meant not to be reloaded. Yeah, not to reload. So putting in a class where combat reloads are mandatory, it doesn't really work out, or it's not really meant for that.
Right.
No, but I think James Yeager's a good enough teacher where he would come up with a different format to teach you how to operate that gun as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I could probably have him think of a way to do it. Like, hey, I have this gun right here. Can you think of a way to do a combat reload on it? He'll adjust.
And it's funny because he'll probably make fun of you the whole time while he's teaching it to you, but.
Talking about
Yeah.
that.
Oh, he will. He made fun of the guy with the Tavor. Shit. Then again, he did like failure to fire a couple of times when he loaded it and it racked it and click, nothing happened. A couple of times.
I think, like you know how like I feel like you can still maintain your trigger finger grip on it because as a bullpup or whatever. So have it still there, and then just use your other arm and just take that mag and just toss it. Like because if you're gonna do a tactical reload or combat reload, that magazine is worthless to you if it doesn't have any rounds in it. Correct? So just take that, toss it, and grab another one. Just do it in there like that.
Yeah.
It'd be like just like an AK reload, but instead of using the magazine to hit this like the lever, you just gotta grab your first magazine, take that, toss it, and then grab the other one and put it on there. It's the same way, same mechanic.
Use the new magazine as like a lever to like knock it out the way.
I wouldn't like you know how instead of going with the first going for your magazines at first. Instead of going for your magazines at first, use your whatever offhand. Take that magazine out. Put it like a low ready because it's kind of close to your face. Put it in a low ready. Take that magazine out, toss it, and then grab the other magazine and put it in there. I think you can still do quickly.
When you say low ready, you mean your workspace?
Your muzzle. Because again, if you look at how close your face is right next to that magazine, so you can't maintain like sight picture on your sights without you or hand getting into your face. If you look at right there, you look at Iraq veteran 8888. He has to bring his whole gun down.
Yep.
So yeah.
Well, just a thought. I can't afford that gun. It's $1,300, and the ammo's fucking expensive.
I don't even like the way the ammo performs as far as the ones that you can get.
I'd soon buy that M&P 15 that they have for $600.
Don't forget, it's a knockoff M&P.
What?
It's a knockoff. It's not the real deal. It's not the real deal. It's not made by HK.
Yeah, it's not an HK. It's a Pakistani gun. It's made in Pakistan.
No. M&P, not MMP. MNP. The Smith & Wesson's AR.
Okay.
Oh, it is.
We're talking about the other joint, the 9mm joint.
No, M&P 15, like M&P 9 or something like that, something like that. So.
DB still ain't come back. His feelings must have got hurt.
I know. If I'm gonna get me an AR anyway one day, I'm gonna keep it. I want it, no rails on top, M16, because I want to there's a certain gun I want to recreate. I want it with a carry handle, standard what it calls M16 A2, hand guards, and just put the scope on top of the carry handle.
Really, you like the triangle hand guards?
Not triangle, circular.
Ah, okay.
He's looking for like an M16 A3.
A2.
A2.
Yeah. With a scope on top, I don't wanna. Something I can check out later on, but not necessarily, So.
Build it, Chris.
Huh?
Build it.
Build it, yeah.
Hell, I don't know if you've seen my video. Hell, $450.
Yeah. If I can get an old style upper without the rails on, without the removable carry handle.
You get one right now for $310.
Upper?
Yes, fully built upper.
No rails?
No rails.
Is that the one you posted?
Yes. No,
that's 20-inch.
That's what he wants.
Oh, I thought he wanted a 16-inch.
No, because that's what an A2. That's what an A2 is. A 20-inch. The A3 has a detachable carrying handle. The A2 has a fixed carrying handle. This one's an A3.
It has a removable carry handle though.
you're so limited if you were just to get a fixed carry handle. It's the same principle.
Yeah, but I'm building a gun. I'm building a specific type of gun, so I don't need a removable carry handle. And this one doesn't even have it. This doesn't even have the carrying handle, which I need. So
I know. You could add it on.
yeah, but another like what, $100?
No, they're like you can buy them for like you can find the surplus for like $10. The new one's like $25.
All right, let's see here.
And then you always have the option to buy like scope rings and get like a burst pepper mount, put a scope on it that way, because then you're gonna have a ridiculous cheek weld when you attach it on your carry handle.
You can't put the burst on a carry handle. That's way too high. I have
No, I'm saying without the carry handle itself.
Oh yeah, without it, yeah. But with the carry handle, no way.
Yeah, with the carry handle, no way. Because when you put a scope on that carry handle, it's gonna throw off the whole entire your cheek weld. Especially Chris, with you when you have a smaller looped up hole.
I'm building a specific gun, Kisan.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm saying in general, with your smaller build, it's awkward.
Yeah, but he didn't have a problem in the military, and that's what they run essentially.
And he fucking likes the A2 stock.
I like the A2 stock too.
I put like this, like I give Chris a lot of credit because Chris likes it. I can't fuck with it at all. I can't shoot it. Can't.
When you go shoot your AR, what position do you have your butt stock?
Second one out.
Second one out.
Shit.
Yeah, I have mine fully extended.
Walser 10s for $4.99.
Yeah, that's Benji. That's where I got how I got mine from. So.
Yeah, Classic has them now.
Damn, I could get a couple of those.
You can't ever not beat not having a Walser. I really wish I would have got one. I remember, because around me they were like $420, and then they went up to like $450, and I was like, oh, dude, I should get one of these. And then like 2 months before Newtown, they went up to like $500 out of nowhere. I was like, fuck, I'll deal with this shit later.
I kind of want to get the
Newtown happened, them shit went up to like $800.
I kind of want to get the new Centurion 39 AK, but I don't like the backstock and how it's like angled different. It looks way different.
I don't want anything milled, and from what I heard, the thing, like the furniture's different. Like a lot
I want to get the laminated, the gray. I want to get this one, the one with the gray backstock, gray wood stock.
I saw the gray wood stock. That looked pretty sweet.
So yeah, I wanted to.
I like the arsenals that come in like the gray polymer, like kind of like that really light. I don't know, like smoky green almost. Yeah. That's just sweet.
I want to get that one right there. But I wish the stock drops down lower. You know what I mean? If you look at it.
Hey Chris, look at that one. Is that what you're looking at or looking for?
No, he wants a 16-inch barrel. You know what an A2 is, right?
Yeah, I want a longer barrel. No, not necessarily longer barrel, but I want the what's the
longer handguard?
Longer handguard, yeah.
Okay.
So that'd be a dissipator. So then you get a 16-inch barrel with a rifle-length gas system.
Okay, rifle length. Okay.
So this is kind of what he was looking at. This is what a M16A2. This is what an M16A2 is. If you look at that one has a fixed upper is a fixed carry handle, and then the A3 I was saying an A3. Here's an A3, and an A3 has a detachable carry handle, but you still have your flat top Picatinny rails under that fixed carry handle.
Yeah.
And then you always have the option to take that off and put a scope on it and have the right, sight, or was it cheek weld? Because once you get the top one right here, the top A2, the only way you could attach like a Picatinny rail is you put a screw right there on the top rail. And that raises your cheek weld, so you're gonna be in an awkward angle. I've shot both. and then for that one, if you want to get like a red dot or something, you have to. I'm gonna be right back.
Where the fuck did he go? He was in the middle of a sentence. Yo, he's in the middle of a sentence. Like, oh, I'll be right back.
He's gonna either cut abruptly or he's gonna continue on. So that's how.
No, I said I'll be right back. I had to grab. So I'm gonna show you.
You have an Instagram? I just got an Instagram.
So right here.
I don't have Instagram now.
So this is a little Picatinny slot, and it has a screw right here, and you put it into the bottom of that carry handle. There's a hole in it, which you use this to tighten it down. But again, if you were to put it on your carry handle, so about 2 inch, so your face will be to look at it. And then if you want to have this, you put this in the same spot, and it fits into that groove of that carry handle. And then you have a little slot right here, and you can put like a red dot if you wanted to. It'd be 2/3 or 1/3 co-witness. So yeah.
See, what Keyshawn posted right there, the picture right there, the first one is exactly what I'm looking for.
Yep, and that's a 20.
With 20-inch barrel, and I'm gonna put a scope right on top of the carry handle and put a cheek riser on the buttstock too.
Yeah.
So that one I just posted.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a Bushmaster of it already. Okay.
But that's the again. That's like the target model, so I think it has a heavier stock. So again, I think it has like a 9-pound weight in the back. I'm not sure.
That's good because I'm looking for what do you call this targeting mostly. So something of that style, something exactly of that style. So
I think it's got a bayonet leg.
Yes? Oh, he does.
They all do.
All right.
Every one of them do. That's okay. So that first A2 style is the one I was trying to go with my AR-10. I was trying to do an A2 style AR-10, but now I want to get Troy Rail, Alpha Rail for it.
Man, that reminds me. My local shop is doing a giveaway on an AR-10. I've got to get tickets for it.
So if you want to get this one, or you want to get a pre-built one, a pre-built A2 style rifle, you get this one. It's like $700, $799.
I've shot an AR-10. They're actually not. If you put them on a bench, I shot them like just on the shoulder, standing up, and they weren't that bad. But put them in a bench, it'll probably be a freaking tack driver.
Yeah.
I shot the Ruger one. Somebody just bought his, went to the range to test it out that day. It was the Ruger 7.62, I forget what it's called. Yeah, he let me shoot a couple of rounds of that, and it was awesome.
It's SR762.
SR762, yeah. That standing up is very accurate with iron sights. Didn't recoil much at all. Not like what do they call this? Not something I would have suspected 308 would be.
Well, that's different between like a 308 like hunting rifle and a 308 AR-10 because then you have more mass to absorb the recoil.
Yeah, and also a buffer tube. So that's what I mean. It took away a lot of that recoil.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it still felt heavy, but it wasn't like I've shot like 308s from a bolt rifle before. That felt heavy.
Have you guys been watching James Yeager's video?
Which one?
Of his Thunder Ranch video.
Yeah.
Well, what's his name? Reed uses a freaking was it the M14 or whatever, the M18 M14 clone. And he's using that freaking long ass barrel and doing everything with that with his big boy gun. And they're like all like they're all like apparently he was like the what was it, the star of the class, I guess, because everyone was like all like gawking on his rifle and just like that wood furniture with that long barrel. It's not a SOCOM model or anything like that.
No, that's like a $5,000+ rifle. It's like handmade.
Yeah. And he was shooting groups or whatever.
Did you see how he tackled the lies of that joint with a scope?
Yeah. Well, he was freaking like just keyholing one hole at like all his shooting at his head, and like James was making fun of him. He's like, I don't know, I'm thinking you have to do push-ups because apparently he got 2 in the black, which is supposed to be the hostage. And the guy's like, and then Reed is like, I just maimed him. He's still alive. He's not dead. It was like right on the line.
Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you later.
Yep. See you, Chris.
Take care.
Have a night.
Moon food's out there. Come on in.
Come on in.
Can't believe it's so slow.
Yeah, I know. Well,
It's starting to get late. It's 4 o'clock.
yeah. Well, plus, I mean, everything that's in the news right now is the same thing that's been going on for the past week, so.
So I think tomorrow. Okay, so I called up PSA because they took forever to send out my order, because I ordered 20 magazines, and I'm like, hey, you know what? You guys are taking forever to do my order. I could have got like 2 different deals in which I would have saved free shipping or would have got $15. So they're like, oh, I'm sorry about that. So we'll just credit you the free shipping. So we'll give you back your money for shipping. Which I thought was pretty cool. Which I really don't. I don't care when I get them, just as long as I get them. The magazines. Yeah, I ordered 20 more. I think I might order some more tomorrow.
You gonna take any classes?
Me?
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna take some next year. I think I'm gonna go to Graham Tactical, but he does it. He's already booked for the year. So.
Now Thunder Ranch, how far is Thunder Ranch from you? Because that's up in Oregon.
Thunder Ranch is probably about 6 hours away from me. So you know where Yankee's at, right?
Yeah.
So Yankee's about 2.5 hours away from me, and then I think Thunder Ranch is about 3 hours away from him. 3.5 hours maybe. Let me Google it.
Wow, they're probably not that far from me then.
Yeah, they're pretty much Northern California. That's how close they are. If you look at their landscape, it looks like Northern California.
What's the thing is, I'm like 80 miles from the border.
Yep, they're really close. You're really close then. Let me go see where they are. Lakeview, Oregon. So that's like right by the border too.
Wow. Another thing, you guys were talking about the Glocks and everything, Glock 17L and everything. You're for sure going to the GSSF match?
Yeah.
You might win a Glock or something like that. You never know.
Yeah.
They give a lot away.
Hey, fellas, man, I gotta call it, man. I'm out, young.
Okay, man.
Glad we get this restarted, though.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think I'm gonna hold off. I always tell myself, I've been kind of buying a gun a month, so I kind of gotta stop.
I need to do that more.
I do too much.
That's what I used to do all the time, is a gun a month, but I've cut back lately and it sucks.
Okay, so they're about, so I thought they were about 6 hours away, they're about 8 hours away. And
wow.
Especially from... They're right above. They're pretty much at the border of Utah. They're at the Utah, California, Oregon border. So the upper corner of California, Northern California. Where you at?
I'm on the coast.
Eureka?
Yeah, I'm just north of Eureka, actually. Like, it's like 15 minutes, 20 minutes away.
Okay, never mind. They're about 6 hours away from you.
Yeah, it's a pretty far drive, but it's not that bad, really.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I was kind of thinking about trying to go visit my cousin in Arizona when
Yankee,
when Jeff Jaeger's doing his class. Yeah.
Yeah. Their classes, I think, are Thunder Ranch is about, I think, $900 per class. I think. Let's see courses.
Wow.
Or $1,100, I forget. Urban Rifle. I would want to do what James Yeager just did.
What, a week long kind of thing?
No, I don't think it was a week long. I think it was the urban one. So you fight through like did you watch the videos? I watched all of them today.
I haven't watched them, not all of them.
So like he was shooting behind cover, and then they had different what's it called? What's it called? Material, I guess, to shoot behind. So he had it was like a brick wall, a house, a chain link fence, a car, just some rubble. I mean, like a brick wall and mortar and stuff like that. It was different styles, and then it was pretty cool. And it was designed to be the urban.
That's pretty neat.
Yep.
Did you see that video where Big John broke his AK?
Oh. What video? Link it.
Oh, yeah. I did not see it. My friend at work was telling me all about it.
Oh my gosh. He's a big guy though, but let me get this. There it is. Yeah, spring in there, man. It was fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd buy one of those U.S. made Century arms quite yet. I don't think they've worked all the kinks out.
They didn't work that kink out, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's hilarious. And the best part is he's like, "Oh, they're so durable, they're great. Oh man, it don't matter what kind you get." Oh shit.
He shot that round that jammed up on him. He's like, well, that's weird. He did it again. He's like, man, that's never happened before.
Man. The spring's got quite a bend in it, too.
Yeah. Yeah, spring's fucked up. Yeah, hell, it looked like the dust cover thing was plastic.
Yeah, I don't know. Or it'd just be some thin aluminum with its bright colored paint. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm kind of stoked that he's not behind the camera. He's got a little bit different style than his dad, I think.
Yeah.
Pretty much. I mean, it's pretty much the same format, but I don't know. I don't know. If it gets more people into shooting, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
I'm stoked. Plus, it's good videos. Anyway. So what do you think? Should I buy an AK-47 or an air pistol?
That's a tough one.
I would buy AK.
I'm thinking about not even buying one and just saving it and buy a Scar 17.
It's not last time.
It's kind of what I want.
Yeah, if that's what you want, might as well save for it then.
Do it. It's your money. I'm not gonna tell you what to buy, but I'm gonna make fun of what you buy if you buy something wrong. Nah, I think it depends. If I was you, I'd go get an AR 80% lower and build one before they ban it.
I just think that they're ridiculous. They're priced more than a damn finished one.
No, they're not. They're like $50 right now.
I don't know.
I can find you right now for $50.
I'm pretty sure you can get lowers for $50 to $80.
Yep, you can.
But then you can't get it though. You can't get it personally.
I can. I just gotta pay a shitload of money, and it's only for like another week or two.
Yeah, but you gotta buy it. You can't buy a strip lower because it's classified as
no, but I can buy an air pistol though, but it's just like $1,800.
Yeah, but you could buy a 80% lower for $50, build one for like $800.
I don't know. I'm thinking about it.
I'm trying to give you options, but you just refute them.
Yeah, I don't know how much I got in my pistol now.
My pistol, I bought everything at a premium, and I still only paid I paid into it like only I would say $800.
Oh, I don't have that much in it.
But I bought everything during the gun scare, so I bought like a lower receiver for like 3 times the price. I bought a low, well, not really 3 times the price, twice the price. I bought it for like $160. Bought that. Barrel was $100, so $250, $260. Lower parts kit was $80. Buffer tube. The buffer tube was expensive because everyone wanted the freaking Rock River fluted one, and I wanted the Rock River fluted one too. So I paid in like another $80 on that. It adds up after time. Yeah. After a while.
It all adds up.
But I love it. I love it. Sights are $113. Rail was $117. It's nice though. I like it.
Let me see if I can find
10 mag. I had to buy 10 magazines. Every time I buy AR-15, I get 10 magazines. We don't play no games.
Oh, Ralph just left. That means the chat's gonna end.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find that picture for you, Keystone. I don't.
I think. I'll sell you mine for $1,800 right here.
That's the thing is, I think it's outrageous. I don't want to pay that kind of money.
Money. Can you buy mine out of state?
No.
You can't. Yep.
And the guy I usually buy guns from, he won't order that kind of thing because you don't get in trouble for the ATF. Because we're not supposed to have air pistols. The only reason they do it is because they sell them with a fake magazine, no bullets. That's only for a certain amount of time, though.
So I have right here. This is my air pistol, baby.
What? How long is that?
7-inch.
Yeah, the pistols here are like 16-inch. That way they're overall 27 inches.
Have my light on it. Put a laser on here too. Laser.
I don't like lasers myself that much.
Shoot my hand off on camera. First test.
What light is that?
This is TLR4.
That's what I thought.
So it's a pistol.
How do you
light.
like that?
I love it.
How many lumens is that?
Shit, I forget. 80, I think. We'll take a look. Maybe, I don't know, more.
I don't know.
The review on it.
Hierarchy's on. It's finished product.
Yeah, I saw it.
Did you see it? Okay.
Yeah, I remember.
Is that yours?
First about your rail, and you were telling us about your rail.
Yeah, 300 blackout.
You gonna SPR that or get a suppressor for it?
110 lumens.
Well, as far as the SBR, I don't need it because I've got that SIG brace.
Yeah.
I was gonna SBR. I have the paperwork right here on the floor right here. I was gonna SBR my stuff, but the SIG brace is a whole game changer.
Yep. There's a lot of new ones coming out too. That's what makes me want a pistol.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, again, this thing, I bought everything I pre-owned, so I paid probably around I would say $800. I'm not sure. I gotta do my math. But.
Yeah, I think I got the complete upper, the 300 blackout upper for like $399.
Right now they have a 12-inch. They have a 12-inch barrel upper assembly for like, is it $299 at PSA? That's my dog. This is the guy who's. He's the one that was. Oh, sorry. He's the guy who's the one that's doing the snoring. Yeah, you can hear. His name's Hunter. He's, I think, what, just about almost 60 pounds right now. No, he's probably like 50 pounds. Still a little baby. He's 9 months old.
How big is he supposed to get?
I'm hoping to get like around 90 pounds. I want him at 90.
Oh, that's not
bad. Was he pit?
Yeah, a blue nose pit, full.
Yeah, he'll probably get about 90.
His dad's pretty big. His dad was weighed in at like 85, but I've been feeding him extra. But he plays a lot. His brother, my sister's best friend has a brother of his, but his is like he's like really super chubby. So he doesn't. But we have a really big yard, so he plays out in the yard all day long.
Yeah.
And just sleeps and snores. Yeah, I like my air pistol. It's good. I think it would be a totally awesome freaking zombie gun.
Yeah.
Well, it's nice truck gun. It's nice everything.
Yeah. Like I could totally break this down and put it in a freaking like a little book bag, like a laptop.
I know.
Bag, a 15-inch laptop bag.
I've seen it.
And then I also have my normal thing I do is I have like a little like cheap Walmart like toolbox. You can break it down and put it in there if you want to keep it like in. I drive a car. I drive a car, so I don't have like an actual truck. Well, I do have a truck, but I don't